Okay, good afternoon. We all could take our seats. Everyone's seated. Sorry for the delay and appreciate your patience. We were having technological issues here, but we are getting ready to get set. Welcome to Alcoholic Legislation Day. Welcome to Economic Matters. Sitting here to chair as chair of alcohol, Chris Valderrama. My vice chair is Delegate Andrea Harrison. We will start today. We have 45 bills total, 37 local, 8 state. We have 140 oral witnesses. Everyone who will be testifying will have a 2-minute timer. If you can be shorter than 2 minutes, awesome. With that said, I want to start by giving honors and humble honors to our chairman, Wilson. It is his birthday today. Here we go, Wilson. With that said, I'll just quickly go over the format here in the order that we will be proceeding. There is an exception, 2 exceptions, but right now it's Queen Anne's County, Worcester, Baltimore County, Baltimore City, Carroll County, Frederick County, Garrett County, Harford County, Howard County, Anne Arundel County, Montgomery County, Prince George's, and then we'll proceed with the statewide bills. The 2 exceptions are, we will begin with one of the state bills with our Chair Atterbury for House Bill 787, Alcoholic Beverages Retail Delivery, Alterations in Third-Party Delivery Service Permit. You can bring your panel up with you, Delegate Atterbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy birthday, Mr. Chairman. And hello again. I feel like I just left you all on Friday, and we are back for Monday. So I'm going to start off by asking for a favorable report on House Bill 787, because I generally forget to do that by the time I'm finished talking. And this is my first time being here for Alcohol Day, so you guys are supposed to like cheer or something. Thank you. Okay. So, House Bill 787, the purpose behind this bill, and the reason why I am carrying this bill, I'll just share with you a couple little anecdotal stories. I have everything in my house delivered. I'm incredibly busy. I am a single mom. While we have all been here, I have used DoorDash to have a family meal from Bob Evans delivered to my kids. I have realized getting home at 11 o'clock at night that there is no milk in the morning, so I will have Instacart by 7 a.m. be there so my oldest son doesn't kirk out because he can't have his 8 bowls of Fruit Loops that morning. I have realized that the weather has all of a sudden turned 30 degrees and my kids need long sleeve thermals, so Instacart goes to Dick's Sporting Goods and they will have it there in like 2 hours. So this is the type of society we live in, and so we need to, and Maryland needs to catch up with Virginia and DC and permit our alcohol delivery out to do the same. So House Bill 787 would modernize the alcoholic beverage industry by putting it in line with other consumer goods like I just mentioned. Under current law, you all know that individual retail licensees can go to their local licensing board and obtain a letter of authorization to currently deliver alcohol. Those deliveries can only be made by the licensee themselves or a direct employee. This legislation would give licensees an additional option of contracting with a permitted third party to make those deliveries. So just very briefly, what the bill does, it requires a third party deliverer to obtain a permit from the State Alcohol and Tobacco Commission, and any individuals delivering have to be 21 years of old and complete an ATC approved training course. Currently, under the bill, and third-party deliverers may only deliver within their local jurisdiction. They cannot cross county lines, and that's very, very important. I have retailer friends that I am on a first-name basis. One of them is here, and you'll probably hear from him later. I do not want to offend my retailer friends. So that was very important to me in this bill. Third, the licensee maintains control over the actual sale of the alcohol, including setting product prices and retaining control over payments. And finally, the legislation includes clear requirements for age verification when the alcohol is delivered to a home or where else it is being delivered. And so with that, I would ask for a favorable report and ask that this committee allow Maryland to catch up with our neighboring jurisdictions. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, Chad Horrell with DoorDash. Thank you, Delegate Atterbury, for helping push this bill here in Maryland. A couple things I want to address just right off the bat about this bill is, number one, the intent as drafted is that it upholds the three-tier system in the state of Maryland. I think another thing that needs to be pointed out as well is it also maintains the level of local control that we have here in Maryland as well as it pertains to alcohol distribution and sales. These are actually two very important principles that I think in the meetings that we have had with legislators, some of you included, as well as a number of stakeholders across the state over the course of the well over the last year at this point. Those are like the two principles I think that we heard loud and clear from everybody. And obviously I think the draft that is currently before you I think includes those principles there as well. I think the other thing that I want to point out as well about this bill is all we're talking about here are canned, bottled, pre-packaged alcohol beverages that are sold from a licensed retail alcohol store. This is not a warehouse we're talking about. We're not delivering from a warehouse. These are liquor stores, basically, and it's pre-packaged goods. These are not like cocktails to go from a restaurant. So they're all sealed at all times. And then I think the other thing that was pointed out a bit ago as well is the way the law is currently drafted, or the bill is currently drafted, we would only be able to deliver within the county boundary, within each county. With that being said, I want to kind of get into some of the background or whatever that is third-party delivery. Number one, 31 states across the country allow for some type of third-party delivery, including neighboring District of Columbia and Virginia. We have actually at DoorDash been able to do this safely across the country. Our Dashers, they're the ones doing the deliveries. They opt into being able to do the delivery. Not everybody's eligible for that. They must be 21. They must pass a training course. They must be certified in most states. I think the other thing that's important is our dual ID verification system, where you're actually ID'd. You have to submit your ID when you place the order, and then we also do another scan of the ID when the delivery is made at the door.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Caitlin McDonough, in support of House Bill 787, also on behalf of DoorDash. In working through this bill with the stakeholders, and I did have a conversation with the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission this past week, there are a couple potential clarifying technical amendments that we'd love to work with our sponsor on. Two are very technical in nature. They basically would just update two terms in the bill to make it consistent with the rest of the alcoholic beverages article. And then two are 2 points we've already touched on, but we feel, and the commission feels, and I think some of the other stakeholders would feel that it would be best just to be explicitly crystal clear in the law that even though we're deriving our authority to deliver from a local board, and that would be limited within that county board's jurisdiction, we'll just go ahead and say in the law you can't deliver over county lines. Just make it very clear, even though it's kind of already clear in the authority. The other would be that we can only deliver from a retail licensee and not a manufacturer, even if they do have off-premise permission in their license. So those were the original intent of the bill. We believe they're covered by current law, but we would just want to be explicitly clear on those 2 points in the bill. And then I think the only other thing I'd want to touch on that I think Chad was going to, but ran out of time, is the other element that we'd like to point out with this bill is our actual dashers or the individual deliverers in this process. This is a real economic win for them. Similar when you go to a restaurant, if you have a big table that has several bottles of wine, tab is higher, your tips are higher, your commission's higher, everything's higher. This is a big economic opportunity for the individuals who are actually doing the delivering. They make a lot more money in neighboring jurisdictions, and this is something they could do here in Maryland as well. I think you'll find some letters in your packet from some of our dashers basically testifying to the difference between DC and Virginia and Maryland on that front. So in our 4-tier system, including consumers in there, we think this is a win for everybody involved, and we'd urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Ms. McDonough. I also want to let the members know we have written testimony in favor as well. When you have a moment, take a look at the testimony. Are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Aarons.
Just real quickly, I mean, you might have covered it a little bit, but does this open the door for the Walmarts now? They're delivering, everybody's delivering, everybody has a delivery service from Amazon if they play under the same rules?
So the way the bill is set up is we would be, the ability to deliver still, or the authority to deliver alcohol or sell alcohol still lies with the underlying retail licensee. So we would only be able to act on their behalf through a contractual relationship with that licensee. So a Walmart, which is generally delivering their goods, would have to be the alcohol licensee and then deliver their own goods. So this is the idea, is there's kind of a separation between the deliverer and the actual seller. I know that's a concern, so we, again, that's why we tried to work within this current system. We can only contract with a licensee. We couldn't hold a liquor license under the bill and then deliver.
How about Amazon?
I mean, I think it would be the same thing. I mean, the idea being if they're not the underlying licensee, they shouldn't be able to deliver their own alcohol. If they were to kind of apply for a delivery permit, I could guess they could act solely as a deliverer, but that's generally not their business model. I mean, ours are, it's like on our platform, it looks like the delivery, it says Caitlin's Liquor Store, and they're kind of the holder of the transaction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Delegate Rogers, and let me preface by saying I did not know that is also Delegate Rogers' birthday today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, just a question. I've heard of companies like Drizzly. How does that differ from what DoorDash does? And could you explain that?
It's a good question because we've gotten this question a lot, and people are a little bit confused about whether we can already do this. So I'm going to how Drizzly is working now is an individual retailer can utilize an online platform to sell and market their goods, but the actual physical delivery has to be done under Maryland law by either the licensee or their direct employee. So Drizzly's not bringing it to your house. It might just be utilizing a Drizzly app. I believe DoorDash does some of that now on the platform side, but we can't. We'd like to take that next step and be able to actually deliver it. And that keeps a retailer from having to hire a whole separate direct employee to do the delivery. So we really see it as an economic benefit for our smaller retailers who might not be able to afford to do that.
Delegate Fisher.
Thank you. So did I hear correctly that the liquor retailer itself cannot set up their own delivery service separate of DoorDash?
No, they can deliver now.
Right.
They can deliver themselves. They can hire an employee, and they would be able to contract with anyone under this bill who has a permit.
How would we know that they're delivering only within their county, especially if they're super successful at doing it?
How would we know they deliver it? So, I mean, we want to talk about two offenses. All right.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
How would we know that the liquor retailer itself would actually be delivering within its own county, within its own county?
How would you enforce
I mean, it would be set up the way we would set it up in the app. Like we would have everything geofenced. So there are a number of states, I will point out, particularly Georgia. Actually, I was just dealing with this last week, where it actually is divided county by county. So if you go into the app, that retailer, they can only get a letter, I believe, from the local alcohol board. So they only have the ability to do that within that county jurisdiction.
And do DoorDash drivers have to be 21 years of age in order to be a DoorDash driver?
Yeah.
Okay.
To be an alcohol deliverer.
Yeah, to be an out. Yeah.
But how would we know that the retailer itself would be delivering within the same county if they have their own delivery service set up internally?
I mean, that would basically be our current law.
Okay,
So to
I
the
got you.
extent we know what they're doing now, I mean, I'm sure all our retailers are following the law.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions for these panelists? Seeing none, thank you very much, Delegate Atterbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will now proceed with the unfavorables, and I will call you up all at once. Michael Fishman, Steve Wise, Nick Manis, and Ramey Eck. There is also unfavorable written testimony, members.
Want me to go first?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Steve Wise. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association, which is the retail tier of the industry, and Mr. Fishman is a member of that association. Some of the discussion that took place at the table here today, and we have met and discussed the bill with the sponsor and the representatives of DoorDash. Some of our concerns were discussed during their testimony. We were initially concerned that this is a statewide permit and would allow the deliverer to basically deliver anywhere in the state. And I think, as everybody knows, our licensure system is a local one. So our retailers who deliver now, they get permission from the local liquor board, and they can only deliver in that jurisdiction. I think a change was proposed by the proponents to limit this bill in that way too, which we think is an improvement. The one issue we have is it's still a state-issued permit, so it would be issued by the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission as opposed to by the local liquor board. So the local liquor board, under that scenario, does not have jurisdiction over the driver. Only the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission would. We would prefer that it be a locally issued license. And I'll jump to, in the last 38 seconds, our overall concern with this. Here you set up a system, and you'll hear about this later today, where you have not the retailer who has a financial stake, and under our law has to have a financial stake in their license. They're no longer making the delivery, rather it's the employee of DoorDash. And we just don't feel like they have the same stake when they deliver that we do. It's a general concern we have about underage delivery. We recognize that there are some safeguards in the bill, but that is a concern we have, and you'll hear more about it on another bill later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Chairman, happy birthday. Delegate Rogers, happy birthday. Nick Mann is here with the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. The Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association consists of 22 family-owned and operated wholesalers. In addition, we also represent Montgomery County Dispensary. And we also spoke with the sponsor and the representatives, and like MSLBA, we have a couple concerns. One, that I'm glad that the representative from DoorDash said that he would not look to buy from a warehouse. We just want to make sure that it's in the bill that DoorDash can't warehouse the product. In other words, he can't go to a retailer, buy a large quantity of product, warehouse it, and ship it when the demand is there, that he has to do every transaction from the licensed retailer. In addition, that they should abide by the trade practices that the retailer has to abide by. By that, I mean that retailers can't take financial contributions to advertise on their websites, or also take compensation from manufacturers to highlight one product over the other. So with addressing some of those concerns, you know, we are willing to work with the sponsor and the representatives from DoorDash.
Thank you, Chairman Valderrama and members of the committee. My name is Michael Fishman, and my wife and I own Canton Crossing Wine and Spirits in Baltimore City. I'm a proponent of delivery. We were the first store in the state of Maryland to fulfill for Drizzly. We also operate our own website for delivery and app. The difference, though, is on Drizzly now there's currently a multitude of different stores than there were when we first started. So the need is being met for delivery on a large scale at the way it sits. But as stated, we have to use W-2 employees. It's our employee that makes the delivery, and we are responsible both to the community and to the liquor board to make sure that that delivery is not made to an underage person. How would I feel sitting in the Canton Community Association meeting, looking face to face with somebody whose underage child was served alcohol? The DoorDash and Uber Eats and the other ones use gig workers who simply don't have the ties to the community or bear the severe consequences if they provide alcohol to somebody underage. I'd like to quote an article by the Pew Institute, and I'd be happy to provide it to anybody who would like. In 2021, Virginia who does allow DoorDash, conducted a series of decoy operations. They ordered alcohol to be delivered to underage buyers who presented an ID showing their age to be under 21. Of the 52 decoy operations completed, 32 buyers ended up with alcohol. Typical non-compliance rate for on-site retail sales is closer to 10%. In April 2020, California had a 79% failure rate. So as my time is ending, I'd like to thank you again for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Amy Eck. I'm here for the Maryland Public Health Association's Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Network. We are also opposed to this, and not to repeat anything that anyone else has said, and also you have our written testimony. I'll just point out some of the highlights. We were in favor of cocktails to go. A lot of you were in the room 2 or 3 years ago as that unfolded, with some reasonable public health and safety guardrails, but also with the knowledge that that was going to be something that was temporary. Now, I realize they've clarified that this doesn't have to do with cocktails to go and more of just the manufacturers' bottles and things like that, but we still saw that as something that was temporary, and as the gentleman said, Mr. Fishman said, that has been taken over by the places that have really wanted to have this type of service. Our biggest pressing concern is just the increase in the potential for access for underage youth. Some of the compliance checks, as he mentioned, other ones that have done have found failure rates up to 58%. We also know that studies have shown that people who use delivery services tend to be heavier drinkers overall. Delivery service has been shown to be used to continue drinking sessions when they otherwise would have ended. We know there's a direct connection between increased consumption and an increase in alcohol-related harms. We don't see that delivery drivers necessarily have an incentive not to deliver alcohol if a 21 plus recipient is not present. This represents a loss of a tip in addition to the time lost traveling back to the pickup location, returning it, etc. 2 times I have ordered wine shipments into my house because my husband asked me to. Both of those times I was not present on the first time they attempted delivery. The first time they did not. They put a sign, said when the next possible delivery would be. The second time I came home to a box on my porch. So my personal experience is just a 50% failure rate of an actual ID check for receiving wine. And then the final thing, the big thing, is a lot of liquor boards have issues with having the funds to do enforcement and compliance checks as it is. Doing delivery checks is even more difficult because is there even alcohol in the delivery? Is the person who's receiving it 21? And then doing stings is very, very expensive, and a lot of places don't have those funds. So we urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you. First question is from the birthday guy himself, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve, just start with you. I want to make sure I understand. The licensed retailers, they don't have to contract with these services, correct?
That's correct.
They can still do their own delivery, correct? So this is something that's only on a voluntary basis.
That's
so
correct.
DoorDash doesn't just come into your client's place of business and grab a few bottles and roll out, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and second, when we talk about the wholesalers, is there any way that you guys feel that this is going to interrupt the wholesalers' business currently the way it's drafted?
If they can warehouse the product, yes.
Knowing that that's not the intent. Now, granted, I know what you're thinking because there's a problem we have all the time, the old camel's nose under the tent. But obviously, we're the arbiters of that. I do get the point, but the way it's drafted, it doesn't seem that that was the intent. So I just wanted to be clear, and if we clean that up, would it be as problematic?
If you clean that up, it wouldn't be as problematic.
Well,
That's
I'm sure
correct.
you'll get us some amendments just in case, depending on how this bill moves forward or
Certainly.
not. So
Yes,
I
sir.
would like to see some amendments on that as well.
Okay.
But it does sound like a wonderful issue has been pointed out that I don't really know how we can surmount at this point, which is your reputation, sir. Because they're not going to remember who the DoorDash person was that delivered to a 19-year-old. They're going to remember who they ordered it from. And I guess the big issue being, i.e. the public safety issue, and what the young ladies pointed out a multitude of times is that there's no good way of testing and ensuring, because I know I ordered crab legs yesterday to celebrate my birthday, and they were dropped off at somebody else's doorstep. And that was $80 I got to wait around for and not get. So not a big fan of that process, but seeing that, meaning the issue of ensuring that the proper delivery is done properly. So that seems like the issue that, although we may resolve the other, the retail and wholesaler side, finding a way to ensure that we're actually having, because liquor is still, a problem in the communities, making sure that this is delivered to the right people and they're the right age. And it sounds like that's still an issue we haven't been able to climb over yet. Am I correct? Thank you very much.
Any other questions for these panelists? Seeing none, that concludes testimony on House Bill 787.
Thank you.
Members will now move on to the second exemption, which is Chair Wilson's bill, House Bill 1165, Alcohol and Tobacco Commission, Technical Corrections and Clarifications. You have your panel, Chairman Wilson.
Go ahead and turn that timer off. Okay, I know two of the people. Jeff, Tom. Okay. I will be brief. Colleagues, thank you very much. I'm here presenting first from two bills, House Bill 1165, which is basically a clarification bill. As you well know, that we had to complete the transfer of the oversight regulation enforcement of alcohol, beverages, and tobacco from the Office of Controller to the Office of Tobacco Commission. I will make sure we understand that while we are in the process of creating the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission, until that bill passes, this is not in creation. So we're dealing with what we currently have today, which is the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. And in order to do this, the ATC has to have the necessary authority to carry out its duties and responsibilities to the alcohol beverage article. And I will turn it over to Jeff and Tom for any additional expounding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. And thank you very much for putting this bill together for us this year. As the chair said, this is the fourth and final entry of our conversion from the Office of the Comptroller to independence as the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. Back in 2019, when you guys created the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission and the elements of uncodified language, you said, it is our intent that they are the successor agency to the Comptroller in every way. We mean for you to enforce everything the Comptroller would be enforcing, and we've been operating under that. And then each of the few years since then, we actually went live 2 years ago in January, on January 2021. We have been acting under that authority that you gave us. And we checked with your counsel, the Attorney General's representative for the Department of, for DLS, and the General Assembly, and they said, yes, that's how it should be read. So that's how we've been operating. But each year, we've been making changes to existing law to completely migrate us over from the Comptroller to the ATC. And this is the last year and the last bill that does that. Chair Wilson said last year, I want you to get that off the plate, and let's get this thing done. So it's a long bill that looks like it does a whole lot. And we work with the chair and your committee staff throughout the summer and fall to put this thing together. And it touches a lot of areas. It touches the alcoholic beverages article, the tax general, a little bit of health, business regulations, because it moves everything that the comptroller had that was left regarding any permits or any licenses, any tobacco elements as well, all over to the ATC. So it kind of with a nice neat bow completes that migration and refortifies your direction to us back in 2019 that we've been operating under for the last 2 years. So I'll finish with just a couple of minutes early, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for the members, just in case
I'm
you
sorry.
don't know who he is, this is
Yes.
Jeffrey Hunt with the Alcohol and Tobacco
Jeff Kelly.
Commission. So I'm
Jeff
sorry,
Kelly. It's Jeff Kelly.
Oh,
It's
they have it.
confusing because there is a Jeffrey Hunt at the table as well.
Gotcha.
But I'm Jeff
Thank you,
Kelly.
Jeff. Sorry
You bet.
about that.
No worries.
Just a reminder to all the panelists to introduce yourself at the beginning of your testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Thomas Akris. I'm the Director of the Legal and Legislative Division with the Alcohol Tobacco Commission. I am testifying today to urge a favorable report on House Bill 1165. Mr. Kelly touched on a number of issues that this bill particularly addresses. For everyone who knows the alcoholic beverages article, it's about 3 or 4 volumes, just alone. And this bill addresses the permitting, the licensing, the authorities, and either it makes them just changing the name from comptroller to executive director or providing concurrent authority. A good example of that concurrent authority is issuing a business license violation. For instance, we were in Fells Point last year, and individuals were selling alcoholic beverages that were pre-mixed without a bar. This would allow us, last year we were working with the comptroller's office to issue those citations. This would allow us to issue business citations to those individuals for selling alcohol without a license. So these are the kinds of things, these are the everyday things that our agency does when it comes to issuing licenses or ensuring warm compliance with the law. This bill will allow us to continue to provide those services to the community. And I would urge a favorable report, and I would like to thank 4 members working with us for DLS, Bob Smith, Kelvin Lucas, April Morton, and Charity Scott. They did yeoman's work over the summer, working with us through the entire Maryland Code to identify where we needed to change the language. So I thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeff Han. I'm the Assistant Director of the Legal and Legislative Division. I work directly under Tom Akris. I first want to join in thanking the DLS staff that worked with us. I was in the room helping with that as well. And all I want to say, and I won't add too much to my colleague's testimony, is that we went through essentially every single law in the alcoholic beverages article. And then we went through big chunks of commercial law, tax general, business regulations, and the criminal law article to find those places where comptrollers mentioned that we should be mentioned to or instead of. We didn't just do a word replace, we didn't just hit search and replace every word. We carefully looked at, is this a tax authority? Is this a trade practices authority? What makes sense? And so that's why you'll see in business regulations, in commercial law article, and in health general article, light touches, things that did not get maybe addressed originally that we dug through and found, notifications, for example, that any police officer might need to get from the health department about communicable diseases, things like that that are deeper in the code that we hunted down to make sure we found every one of them. So I would urge a favorable report.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions for these panelists? It is the chairman's birthday. No questions, right?
Thank you. Finally, some respect.
Great. That concludes the testimony on this bill. Members, there are written testimony in favor as well. There's more? I don't have any on here. Yeah. I don't have it. Okay. I've been corrected. My agenda does not show that.
Did you want to go ahead and can we do the other bill? And then that way,
And just hit it both? Okay.
yeah, because I'm sure if there's any opposition, it'll be jointly.
Okay. All right. We'll continue on with Chairman's other bill, House Bill 1000.
Again, colleagues, good afternoon. Here to present House Bill 1000, substantive bill. Basically, this bill seeks to provide the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission with additional regulatory enforcement authority over alcohol and tobacco products within the state in 4 general areas. It would require remote tobacco sellers licenses in Maryland to use authorized common carrier like direct line shipments to deliver products to customers. It provides Field Enforcement Division, the enforcement authority under the ATC, with the ability to conduct warrantless searches and inspections of licensed tobacco product retailers. It would also provide the executive director with the ability to suspend, revoke, or reprimand a tobacco or cigarette retailer for using the licensed premises in a manner that does not conform with the zoning laws, regulations, or ordinance adopted by the land use article. It would also authorize the executive director to dispose of contraband that has been seized. And lastly, that's about it. I'm sorry, those are the 4 issues. Again, moving forward, this would just create additional authorization for the ATC to do their job and enforce the laws that we ourselves have created. So I'd ask for a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Jeff Kelly, Executive Director, Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. I'll just give you a couple of the whys these things are important, because these are substantive changes. The first is the common carrier permit. We already have it. We've had it for about a dozen years or so, which allowed direct shipping of wine from winemakers to consumers. And this common carrier are for your UPS, FedEx Ground, DLH, et cetera. That's what allows them to make the delivery, and it has certain things they have to do. Packages have to be labeled a certain way. They have to do age verification at the point of making the delivery. They have to get a signature. And one of the things that's kind of important is they have to submit to us some reports about what they've shipped to whom. So that, because there are some limitations on the quantity, but even more importantly, if you don't have the permit, you're not allowed to ship into the state. Not the common carrier permit, the wine shipper's permit. If you don't have it, you can't ship into the state. And we use those reports to help us identify the people who just simply aren't being permitted with us. And I'd say it works because when we find them, we send cease and desist letters, and we get a couple of things quite frequently. We get an application for a permit, and we get payments for back taxes that were paid because we have a record of what was shipped into the state. So it's an effective tool. So this would, essentially, it would require the remote tobacco sellers, which are premium cigar and pipe tobacco people, to do the same thing using the common carrier. It doesn't necessarily put an additional burden on the seller, but it does put that burden on the common carrier, except that it makes them use a common carrier. There's no additional fee. It's just an expansion of what a common carrier can transport. As far as zoning, one of the issues we have within local jurisdictions, and some of them are just overwrought with tobacco locations, and I've seen different bills over the years that have attempted to use zoning as a way to stop that. It's been a very difficult thing. We figured that if we have the ability to hear, after a zoning board has some action, has taken action, and finds a finding of wrongdoing, we have the ability to hear that administratively and consider whether or not that license should be revoked, suspended, or continue as it is. Health notifications, it just simply lets our field enforcement division, which is commanded by Bill George, let them know if they deal with somebody who dies as a result of a contagious or viral incident. And the ability to get rid of contraband is important. Right now, we store it in our basement. I invite you all to come take a look. I've done that before. But we need to be able to provide different mechanisms of destruction for that as well. So that is what we would do here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas Akris with the Alcohol Tobacco Commission. I'll concentrate on 2 points. I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1000. There are 2 amendments that I would suggest. The first being the destruction of contraband. Currently, this bill allows as written, this bill allows the executive director to dispose of alcoholic beverages in a manner that was consistent with the comptroller. But, believe it or not, in the law, right now, the executive director can't destroy tobacco products once they've been seized. So this is after seizure, after the disposition of the criminal administrative case, there is a large quantity of tobacco products. So by law, we can't destroy them. Literally in the law, it states that we can sell them back to a nonprofit or veterans organization. So the amendment that we would suggest is asking for the authority to destroy these tobacco products after the disposition of the civil and criminal matters. The other amendment that was suggested was currently this zoning restriction that Mr. Kelly mentioned, a hearing after an administrative hearing held by the Alcohol Tobacco Commission after disposition at the local level of a zoning matter, that only applies to cigarette retailers. What we would suggest is that an amendment be made to apply it to OTP, other tobacco products retailers, and ESD, electronic smoking devices retailers, because if there is a retailer that is operating either of those 2 stores and they're out of compliance with zoning, those matters should also come before the executive director. And with that, I would urge a favorable report on this bill with those amendments.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeffrey Han, also on behalf of the ATC. And frankly, I join my colleagues' request in a favorable vote, but I have nothing substantive to add. If you have any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Vice Chair Harrison.
Yes, excuse me, I just need clarification just as it relates to the delivery, because I don't think that I'm understanding properly what it is that you're requesting in the bill. Currently, right now, you can have cigar mailed to you, sent to you. So can you just clarify just that portion of the bill?
Absolutely. Please do, Vice Chair, and thank you for the question. At the end of the day, we don't necessarily know who for sure is getting delivered this product. We don't know if they're underage consumers. We don't know if they're license holders that are shipping the product. And it's that common carrier report that we would get that would let us know who is shipping what to whom. So we'd get a sense of whether or not these out-of-state entities that are shipping are entities that are licensed to lawfully ship into the state. And there is just the additional check and balance of making certain that who they're delivering to is someone who's of age to receive the product.
So if snail mail unit, the post office is delivering, you're requiring that the post office send you a report, is that correct?
We would ask them as a common carrier permit holder to send us the report. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Queen.
Just for clarification, because both Jeff Kelly and Jeff Hahn both said favorable with amendments. Are the 2 amendments that were mentioned what you're talking about, or are there others?
They are both the same amendments. It's
Okay.
the zoning issue and the ability to destroy property.
Okay. And explain the
correct,
health indemnification piece. What's you said something about we wanted to change something there. I wasn't sure I caught that.
I think I can take that. In the Health General article, there's a few sections that talk about notifications that would go to a law enforcement officer about diseases. One of them is in our 1165 non-substantive bill. That's telling a police agency there is a disorder out there that you need to be aware of, swine flu, something like that. This one is more specific. It's if a person has been transported by one of our officers, for example, someone was arrested. This is extremely rare that this happens. But if that person then later is identified to have a communicable disease through an autopsy or maybe a medical report when they go to a medical facility, our officers would get the notification from the health department that that happened. And that's substantive because that's a person's. We're not getting that now, at least not in the statute. We're not on the list of law enforcement agencies that are, it's a sort of a laundry list of different police departments that get that notice.
Delegate Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are warrantless searches in which you would seize property.
Yes. May I explain that?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate the
yeah.
question very much because I was trying to keep to the time and didn't get to that. So currently what happens is the tobacco industry, the people who are properly licensed and buy tobacco like they're supposed to are pretty good operators, and they're also good sources of information for us. So we end up getting a complaint about maybe another business down the street that's not playing so fairly. So perhaps they're getting cigarettes from Virginia, or maybe they're getting other tobacco products.
So you're weaponizing people that could be in direct competition economically with each other?
No, sir, we're not. What I was explaining is how we get into some of these places.
Right.
We get it. We get a tip to go and look at a particular place. So when we do, we find contraband. And because we can't go into the back room, we can't look into the storage area, we can only be on the main floor, we take the contraband product and we seize them. And then the next day, and I mean in some instances literally the next day or the same day, we're getting a call back because the competition goes back down and notices the shelves are stocked again. And we never had the opportunity to look beyond that. So we were hoping to be able to get the opportunity to look beyond that door into the storage area to see if there's more contraband there. I think we have a history of playing fair and playing by the rules. And it's not just simply contraband product, it is that, but it's also public safety stuff. Just 2.5 weeks ago, we were in Mount Rainier, we seized 1,500 pounds of raw tobacco, which was just tobacco leaves that somebody bought for $21,000. And what they were doing is grinding it up. He had 200,000 baggies, Ziploc baggies, and counterfeit labels of what is a real product, but the labels were counterfeit. What he was going to do was grind all that down, put them into baggies, put the counterfeit label, and start selling them to retailers. We don't know what's in that stuff. We don't know what metals there might be in there, what pesticides. We don't really know anything about the product.
This is specifically targeting the premium market.
It is not.
It says right there to transport premium cigars, and there is a direct federal definition between premium and non-premium.
That element is only for the common carrier permit. That's restricted. This bill does it's segmented into several different things. One of them is the common carrier permit, which has nothing to do with any additional search. This additional search authority is when we go and do an inspection, which we do, we want to be able to look in the storage room as well and just see if there's any contraband product if we find it, especially if we find it on the floor. But we want to be able to go in there. That element is strictly limited to a retailer.
So it's my understanding in law enforcement, you can receive anything in the mail. Doesn't necessarily mean you ordered it. I mean, I've heard instances of people, the mayor of a small town receiving several pounds of marijuana in the mail. And his house got raided and his dog was shot. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the person or the business owner, whoever it is, ordered these.
If they keep it though, I guess that, and there's the thing, if they're storing in the back.
You're under no obligation to open the package, Chair.
That's correct.
It could sit there 3 or 4 days, and
there's
the next
always,
thing you know, these guys get a tip, they come in, they're seasoned product, and then they're seasoned product nilly-willy, and there's quite frankly, from what I'm looking at in the bill, there's no remediation period. And then you want these guys to maybe write the ship at some point with seized product? They can't.
You're saying that after the product seized that they can't get the product back if they prove that it was a legitimate product? Because they can. In fact, right now, they can't even destroy it. And
they can seize it after what, tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees and court?
I guess the point is these are legitimate businesses, not homes. These are people that are considered place of businesses that are open to inspection anyway. And they're making sure that, again, that if they're receiving these products, if it's by accident and they didn't open it, well, it's right there. It's very easy to explain. But if they're in the process of doing something with it, it's kind of harder to argue why it shouldn't be seized because, again, the goal is the safety of our community and making sure that that our citizens are being sold things that are inspected, that are safe, that don't have the pesticides and the metals, making sure we can keep as much of that dangerous product off the streets as possible. And I guess, and this is obvious for a discussion, I know this is personal to you, so I'm willing to
Yeah,
discuss
because I
it.
have employees, they receive packages all the time, we're receiving them today, I'm not there.
Correct,
They're opening them.
correct. And I would assume that if it's something that you did not order, that they're either going to set it to the side or dispose of it quickly. I'm sure if they receive several pounds of
There's an
weed, they would
invoice-
most
there's an
likely,
invoice in every one of them, yeah.
right, they're not going to sit on it and hope that, it goes away. But I understand your point, and this is something we can discuss.
I mean, warrantless searches, this is.
It's a business license, sir, and there's a big difference. There's not an expectation of privacy like there is with your home. And if you're intending to operate your home, then you cede some of that expectation of privacy.
And if I could just add, that is an authority the General Assembly
How
has
many
granted.
warrantless searches have you conducted on, let's say, UPS or the Postal Service?
We don't typically have
It
to.
just sounds like it's like warrantless searches as long as you're like kind of the little guy.
I don't concur, I wouldn't concur with that. I just say we have a track record. I mean, we've been,
You have a track record,
do.
but the people that
No.
are you're going to be your predecessors
No,
in
I
25
understand.
years don't.
I understand that. I would say that we do have this authority, and maybe I say this at our own risk now, but we do have this authority currently with alcoholic beverages. And I think you would find that that is the element of last resort, not the element of first resort. That almost everything is done in a consensual basis during regular business hours. And in this case here, it's simply when we start to develop an idea that there might be something in that back room that's significant contraband that may absolutely be a public health risk. It is definitely a risk to the business, and it's not part of that common carrier element. We'd like to be able to just see if in fact it's contraband or if it's legitimate. If it's legitimate, we're done.
And I've done this as a prosecutor with these guys and watched them. It was just for alcohol, but you go to it's a bakery that happens to be a nightclub at night. And again, they're selling alcohol. They want to seize all the alcohol, make sure these people, some of it's maybe even homemade, make sure that they get it all the first swoop so they're not doing the very same thing the next night. And this is somebody who holds themselves out to be a legitimate business. But we'll discuss it. I understand your issue. Okay?
Forward to hearing the opposition. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for these panelists? Seeing none, Mr. Chairman, would you like to take the other favorables from your 1165 for the additional on this 1,000?
But they can knock it out. I'm sure they'll come up.
Okay.
And I've also noticed before I step away that there's another chairman, and I know he's from Judiciary, so he probably has a lot of committee dinners, but we'll try to squeeze him in as soon as we can.
If there was anyone in favor of 1165 that was not on my docket and would like to come up, Mr. Bariano, you're up favorable for 1,000. So these are favorables for 1,000 and 1165.
Very respectfully, I'd signed up for both.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Nick Mann is here with the Maryland Beer Wholesalers. Believe it or not, sometimes I'm pretty intelligent. So this is the chairman's bill. The ATC regulates our industry. We're in full support.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Brad Rifkin on behalf of Maryland's breweries, wineries, and distilleries. I'll echo that sentiment, and it's nice to be up here in support of something with Mr. Manis as well.
Good afternoon, for the record, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of the Canadian Tobacco Wholesalers and distributors in Maryland. On both bills, we strongly support both bills. We work very actively daily and monthly with the Comptroller's Office and now with this commission. We've never seen them abuse their power and authority. They're accessible. They respond to complaints or issues or problems. One of the bills is technical, which is necessary in light of your past legislation. In terms of this additional authority, it would be very helpful in the tobacco industry. We have a tremendous problem as legal, lawful, licensed wholesalers dealing with a great deal of contraband that comes into the state. We'd like to stop that. It hurts our businesses, and it also hurts the lawful sale of tobacco products to adults here in the state of Maryland. Would urge a favorable report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bariano. Respectfully, I had you for 1,000, but not 1165. Not me, just saying. But thank you.
I'm abused all the time. It's all right. Don't worry.
Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam
gentlemen.
Chair.
That will officially, oh, no. Okay, so that officially concludes 1165. We will continue on now with the unfavorables on House Bill 1000, and I will call you up all at once. Finney Helmuth, Raj Singh, Rahul Gupta, and Matthew Boley.
Good afternoon. Matt Boley here in respectful opposition to HB 1000 on behalf of the Premium Cigar Retailers Association of Maryland. Broadly, we support the intent. We support the safeguards. Obviously, anything under 21, that's not what our business is engaged in, and we want to support and uphold to keeping it out of their hands. What you'll hear, from the retailers that come after me is just concern about unintended consequences, potential, increased costs on their end. And the thing that I think is most concerning on our end is just that applying this to premium cigars and pipe tobacco would be first in the nation. The National Association has told me that no other state has these requirements in place for premium cigars and pipe tobacco. So, if this was working successfully in 20 other states, I don't think we'd be up here. But in either case, we look forward to working with this legislation with the chair, the ATC, and all other stakeholders. So with that, we'll hear it from our retailers.
Good afternoon. My name is Feeney Helmuth. I've owned and operated the Humidor Cigar Shop for over 25 years in Baltimore County with my family. We sell premium cigars, pipes, pipe tobacco, and accessories. In our retail location, we do not sell product to anyone under the age of 21. We actually card every person that comes in our store. It's built into my point of sale system. When they come up to the register, they cannot buy a product unless they show us their ID and they're over the age of 21. We did build an online platform during COVID. This one too, we actually ship flat rate with the post office. It's an adult signature, 21 and over required. The post office actually has to card the person and look at their ID before they can give them the product. Over the years, we've been down or flat. We sell less cigars every single year. I'm worried about this bill, and I did talk with Jeff Kelly about it. I ship with the post office because I know they're going to card. I know they're going to get that signature. I don't know if they're going to be willing to sign up for the common carrier. And UPS actually charges a weekly fee to pick up from my store. So it's an added expense. If I lose that post office, I might not be able to, I'm going to have to pay that fee every week from UPS, even if I don't ship out a product. It's going to be a very heavy burden on my store financially. So we are definitely willing to work with the ATC and with the committee and hopefully come up with a resolution with this problem. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Raj Singh. I'm the owner-operator of Tinderbox Waldorf in Waldorf, Maryland, Charles County. I've been there for over 10 years, and as my colleague Feeney was saying, our primary market is well over 21 and over. We rarely ever see kids come into our location, and when kids do come in, it's really for a compliance check, which we pass with flying colors. One concern that we also shared with this bill was the increased cost of shipping to us. If this bill were to go through, as I understand it, UPS would then be required to charge us a per box shipping add-on for being a 21 and over recipient of their packages. So what that means is we all get many deliveries every day from different manufacturers that commonly ship through UPS or USPS. And with this bill passed the way it is, then basically each box would then incur an additional cost because they have to verify that it is going to a 21 and over person. So if I get a 6 to 8 box delivery from Romeo and Julieta, that means I'm going to be paying anywhere from $60 to $80 on top of my additional shipping to cover the new law that's being passed. We're heading into a belt tightening season, as I'm sure a lot of you guys would agree. And even though we do sell a dispensable product, meaning requires a disposable income, it's not readily going to be ineffective when it comes to people that are looking to save money. So will this be a pass-through bill that we're going to have to put on our customers who are then further going to buy less cigars because it's just increasing costs all the way around? So that was one concern that we all shared with this bill. Thank you, and we hope to work with the chair and the committee on this bill as well.
Hello, my name is Rahul Gupta. My family and I operate the Tobacco Leaf located in Jessup, Maryland. We've been in business for over 40 years. We're a small family-run business. Like my colleagues, we have concerns in regards to the bill. We understand the intent of the bill, but some of the issues that we share as premium cigar retailers is that we're already dealing with supply chain issues in regards to getting our products from the various manufacturers and cigar makers that we deal with. We feel that if there was an additional requirement either for them or for the carriers to deliver products to us, that it would just slow the process down and in some cases maybe even prevent us from being able to deal with these manufacturers if there's additional work that might be required for them to comply with this requirement. So, you know, we look forward to, like my colleagues had said, working with the committee and the ATC and hopefully finding a resolution that we think can deal with the intent of the bill originally, but also not harm our small family-run businesses at the same time. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1000. We have a slight revision on our agenda. We're going to have the Chair of Judiciary, the Delegation Chair of Baltimore City, present. Chairman Clippinger, are you doing all the bills? I noticed some of your delegates are here.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's another service I provide. I'm just going to roll through them, and I'll say right out of the gate first that Nicholas Bundy from the Baltimore City Liquor Board is going to be with me probably all the way through. And the Baltimore City delegation approved these on Friday, so you may not have received the letters yet, but they're on their way. I'll start with House Bill 916, and I'll just say, to save time from the beginning, it is wonderful to be back in my old committee, to see so many good friends and Delegate Fisher, and to be here to present all of these bills today. But now that we've got that out of the way, because everybody I know is riveted by these bills in particular, we'll start with House Bill 916. House Bill 916 creates a diversion process for the Baltimore City Liquor Board to use that would allow a licensee that ran afoul of the rules to receive a citation effectively, waive a hearing, and pay a fine as opposed to going through the whole process. The other option for them is to just go ahead and go through and have a hearing and contest the fine that way. It raises also the maximum fine from $3,000 to $20,000, and perhaps with a little more detail on it now is Mr. Blendy.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Nicholas Blendy, Deputy Executive Secretary of the Baltimore City Liquor Board. Delegate Clippinger, thank you for introducing all our bills, and he has accurately outlined it. The reason that the $20,000 and the diversionary process for all of the members of the committee from Montgomery County is because in Baltimore City, after taking a look around the state, the mayor decided to think of good ways to improve the process and saw that Montgomery County had a pretty good system. So it's largely an exact copy of that. And then lastly, I know that Nina Themelis from the mayor's office is signed up to testify in favor. If she is not here yet, I believe the written testimony in support from the mayor. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, we have her as written. She didn't sign up for oral. So we're okay. Are there any questions on this bill? Seeing none. Next bill.
All right, thank you very much. House Bill 885 deals with the liquor licenses created connected to promoters for the CIAA basketball tournament that is actually about to begin this weekend in the great city of Baltimore. It makes technical changes to the existing license structure and extends the existing license structure to 2025. I think I got that right.
Happy to answer any questions. For the record, Nicholas Blendy.
No questions. Next.
See how easy this is. Let's go to House Bill 251. And as a service to Delegate Boyce, this has to do with liquor store licenses in the 43rd Legislative District. House Bill 251 fixes a glitch in the language related to the 43rd District to allow for the creation of a liquor store license in that district. There was accidentally a bill that passed a couple years ago that prevents them from having a liquor store license issued in the 43rd district, so this allows that to happen.
Nicholas
Nick is
Blendy.
here just for informational purposes. Anyone have questions? Seeing none? Thank you. Next.
Okay. House Bill 587 is a bill from Delegate Bridges that allows a BD7 license currently held in the 4000 block of Frederick Avenue on the odd side of the street to become an A7 license. There has been a controversy surrounding this location for some time. The community and the delegate have worked together to come to, I believe, to a conclusion to end that long national nightmare, and thus the bill.
Quick question. What was the controversy? What's the location?
It was, I think, a problem location for some time, so they were working out, I think, a memorandum of understanding and other things to help the community feel more comfortable with the location.
Was it near a place of worship or something? That kind of?
I don't think so, no. And I think at one point there was also some controversy as to which legislative district it was in at one point. But that no longer is a problem at the location because now it is firmly in the 41st district. Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
All right. House Bill 655 aligns the legislative districting references in the alcoholic beverage article that reflects Baltimore City to reflect the 2020 census. It updates it from the 2010 census to the 2020 census. So where it says the 40th legislative district or the 46th legislative district, it is the district as it stands right now.
Seeing no questions?
No questions on that? Really detailed questions? Never mind, fine. And now we'll go to House Bill 886. This one, there was an amendment in the Baltimore City delegation to make a quick change. This is the 40th district's alcoholic beverages bill. It was introduced by a new member of this committee who I'm sure has been hazed mercilessly, Delegate Ampry. And it does several things. First of all, it allows the VFW in Hamden at 3600 Hickory Avenue to add a liquor designation to their liquor license. The amendments, or it extends the area where liquor stores have to close at 10 o'clock on North Avenue. They've been working in that area. They've seen where crime is somewhat endemic in those areas as those places stayed open until 2 in the morning in some cases. So they have worked with those liquor store owners to now have them close at 10 o'clock so they have fewer problems in that area. And then the amendments allow a florist, also on North Avenue, to sell alcohol as part of a floral arrangement for delivery from their business. Think champagne in a basket of roses. I am not providing this, but I'm just saying.
Quick question. Is that setting precedent or do we already do that?
I believe that other districts have done that.
My understanding is this is mirrored off of an existing license in Baltimore County that conducts
Is that
it.
a Courtney Watson bill? I'm kidding. I'm sorry, you're Howard. My bad. My bad, Delegate Watson. Any other questions? Seeing none, I think you have one more.
One more. This one, sponsored by some guy downstairs named Delegate Klippinger. This is the 46th District's annual liquor bill because, of course, we have an annual liquor bill because we have more liquor licenses, period. I think maybe anywhere, but anyway, it does 4 things. 1, it allows the Creative Alliance on Eastern Avenue in Highlandtown to have their liquor license extended from their existing space on the northwest corner of East and Eastern to the southwest corner of East and Eastern. It extends the license to cover a new building that they've just renovated. It allows for a new speakeasy to be created in the 3rd precinct of the 3rd ward, which is Harbor East, by allowing for a seating capacity of up to 200. It allows for a smaller restaurants who have Class D licenses, if they're 75 seats or less, to add the sale of liquor to their Class D licenses, changing them from a beer and wine to a beer, wine, and liquor. The idea here is the license would not transfer, the liquor part of the license wouldn't transfer to another person, and the license holder would have to pay the liquor board $15,000 to get the privilege to do that. And then last, in what will be probably the most novel part of what you're going to hear today, the 46 Districts Bill would create a B license that would require the operation of a duck pin bowling alley on Eastern Avenue at the current site of the Patterson Bowling Alley. There's a bowling alley that's been there for about 100 years. It is being redeveloped. What the license would say is if they operate a duck pin bowling alley and the license wouldn't be able to be moved anywhere else, that they wouldn't have to deal with the seating requirements that are in place there. So that's the end of 917.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Chairman Clippinger. That
you very
concludes
much.
the testimony on Baltimore City. Members, and for the audience, we will go back to our original agenda. We will start off with Queen Anne's, Worcester, Baltimore County, Carroll County, Frederick, Garrett, Harford, Howard, Anne Arundel, Montgomery, and then Prince George's, and then the last of the statewide bills. So with that, Delegate Arentz for Queen Anne's County.
Oh, Jesus. I'm so excited to be up here, Madam Chair. It's been a while. For the record, Delegate Steve Arentz, representing District 36, Kent, Queen Anne, and Cecil, Caroline counties. This is a very simple bill. It's a bill that piggybacks off something we did for Queen Anne's County last year, as far as opening up where you can be a resident to actually have a liquor license in our county. The bill, as amended, is for the purpose of removing a requirement that a certain applicant for an alcoholic beverage license in Queen Anne's County be a resident of Queen Anne's County. We're now qualifying that down to be part within the state boundary lines. We don't want to encourage people from out of state. And the other part of the bill amends Caroline County onto the entire bill.
Any questions for Delegate Arentz? Seeing none. Thank you, Delegate. You also have.
I actually have letters of support from the Queen Anne's County Commissioners, Caroline County Commissioners, and the Queen Anne's Liquor Board.
Awesome. Great. I was going to call up other there's folks here in support.
Sure.
Mary Jane Dreyer.
No, actually, I think it's Kaylee Leager would be. Mary Jane Dreyer's my legislative aide.
Okay.
She's in support, though.
All right. Okay, so we have Kaylee Leager. It says virtual.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. So, dear Chairman Wilson and members of the Economic Matters Committee, my name is Kaylee Leager, and I'm the Executive Assistant to the Caroline County Commissioners. It is my pleasure to testify in front of you all today virtually, but especially in front of my previous boss, the Honorable and new Minority Whip, Jesse T. Pippy. The Caroline County Commissioners support House Bill 258, the Queen Anne's County Alcoholic Beverage Licenses residency requirement, with the amendments that Delegate Arentz has mentioned. The Caroline County Commissioners request that Caroline County be added onto this legislation so that Caroline's alcoholic beverages license requirements reflect those of the states. The current law requires that at least one licensed applicant to have lived in the county at the time of application. This can be a significant hurdle, as business owners must find a willing resident to serve as the primary license holder, which usually requires a previous relationship and a certain level of trust. This results in someone who is paid an annual fee to serve as a resident agent on the license who has little or anything to do with the operations of the establishment. The Board of Commissioners believe that this change will allow Caroline County to attract more businesses to the region, thus providing a greater economic benefit to our county, creating jobs and generating revenue. With that, the Caroline County Commissioners support HB 258 with the proposed amendments that were submitted by Delegate Arentz. Thank you.
Any questions for Kaylee? Seeing none, thank you very much for testifying virtually. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're looking for a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Arentz. We have one person testifying in person unfavorable, Dr. Ramey Eck.
So my name is Dr. Amiak, again, Maryland Public Health's Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Network. I'd like to say it's not necessarily unfavorable, it's really informational. And I kind of just, because I saw two bills came up, one for this county and one for Carroll County. And Carroll County was the only one I was actually able to speak with, and I apologize for not getting to you first. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about what residency requirements are for, so you can take this and put this together with my testimony for Carroll. So the situation leading up to prohibition and prohibition itself, and then eventually repeal, there was a national consensus that alcohol could not and should be left up to the ordinary rules of the marketplace. And the public health harms, including death and injury relating from excessive drinking to social destabilization, are really what guide our organized regulatory system today. And essentially, one of the main goals of regulation, as it says in our code, is to promote temperance for the protection, health, welfare, and safety of the people. So this brings me to my residency requirements. This ensures that retailers have a connection to the communities that they serve. Prior to Prohibition, communities were plagued by outlets owned by out-of-state interests who had little reason to be concerned about the effects of the markets had on their immediate vicinity. Local residency ensures ownership of the impact of the retailer has on the local community. We know that retailers who adhere more closely to regulations, such as minimizing advertising, especially to youth, and training staff not to serve youth, significantly reduce alcohol-related harms. Retailers with a stake in the community are more likely to abide by these practices in order to help create a safer environment, not only for their patrons, but also for their own family and friends. So that's really my just walk down history lane, looking at why we came to this out of Prohibition, and just considering residency requirements. I know some of them have been changed, some of them have been loosened, and that's great. We put alcohol regulation in the hands of the states, and even more specifically in the hands of communities, because they know their communities best. So again, my testimony is I would amend that to say informational as opposed to oppose, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to discuss.
Thank you for that clarification. Any questions for Dr. Eck? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And that will conclude the testimony on House Bill 258. Making a slight change. We're going to Worcester now, and right after Worcester, we have a delegation chair who has to get to a 3 p.m. meeting. So after Worcester is Howard County.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the Honorable Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Wayne Hartman presenting House Bill 113. House Bill 113 is a Worcester County bill for alcoholic beverages and Ocean City promoter's license. It authorizes the Board of License Commissioners for Worcester County to issue the license to a for-profit organization to sell and serve beer, wine, and liquor at an entertainment event that is held within the town limits of Ocean City. An example of that would be the C3 Music Festival that we almost had last year that will happen this year. Bike Week, there's entertainment there. We do have a letter of support from the Board of License Commissioners. We do have a letter of support here from the county commissioners. We also have one of the county commissioners here testifying, as well as the mayor of Ocean City, the city manager. If you look, there is an amendment that we've submitted. Few technical amendments to clarify. One, the fee is per event. We don't want it to be misimplied that it would be for the year for somebody that's coming back for 2 events. And then it also changes approval from the mayor and city council to the Ocean City Police Department. So I know you have a lot of people behind us, so I'm trying to make this brief. Thank you for your time. I ask for a favorable report. Don't take my brevity as a lack of importance. But I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Thank you, Delegate Hartman. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for hearing us this afternoon. Presently in Ocean City, the only way alcohol can be sold at a special event is to have a local nonprofit organization purchase and serve the alcohol. As the town continues to grow its special events and the attendance at these events continue to grow, in a current manner in which alcohol can be sold at these events simply is not best practice. The Ocean City Promoter's License Bill will authorize the Worcester County Board of License Commissioners to issue a license to a promoter directly to sell, serve, sell and serve beer, wine, and liquor at special events, provided that the event is located within the corporate limits of the town of Ocean City on property owned by the town of Ocean City and is an event that is approved by the Ocean City Police Department. And as a matter of fact, it'll also have to be approved by the mayor and council. Life safety is a paramount concern for the town and for all of us. This bill ensures that service and sale of alcohol is conducted in a professional manner through promoters who are accustomed to serving large crowds. This bill further allows the Worcester County Board of License Commissioners to adapt further rules and regulations that it may see fit in the issuance of this license. The town strongly desires to continue to grow tourism through its special events and attract first-class performances and festivals to our area. Town, however, equally desires to have a vehicle to allow for the service and sale of alcohol in the safest way possible. This bill accomplishes both goals. For those reasons, on behalf of the town of Ocean City, I ask that you forward a favorable recommendation on House Bill 133 and would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. I am Terry McGeehan, and I'm the city manager for Ocean City. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today in favor of House Bill 113. As the mayor noted, House Bill 113 creates what is known as a promoter's license, which will allow the promoters of special events located on Ocean City property to serve alcohol. Currently, the only mechanism in Worcester County to permit the sale of alcohol for these types of one-off events is through nonprofit organizations. This model had served us well in the past and will be the model we continue to use for our small and mid-size events like Sunfest going forward. However, our local nonprofits are simply not capable of safely managing alcohol sales at large concerts such as the Ocean Calling event that we are beginning to host. The ability to attract these larger outdoor events is critical to our goal of expanding our season. A longer season means more full-time jobs and greater economic impact. We estimated that the Ocean's Calling concert alone, which is expected to draw 30,000 visitors per night to Ocean City this October, will generate $32 million in economic impact for the state. A promoter's license is not unique to the state. Frederick County, Allegheny County, and Baltimore City all have similar licenses. HB 113 is supported by the Worcester County Commissioners and the Worcester Board of License Commissioners. It will ensure the safe serving and consumption of alcohol and provide a positive economic impact to the state, and I hope you will offer a favorable report on this bill as amended. Thank you.
Questions? Okay. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the Economic Matters Committee, my name is Joe Matresic. I'm here from Worcester County Commissioners. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the entire Worcester County Commissioners for HB 113 and ask for a favorable report. The County Commissioners feel the Ocean City Promoters License Bill is the proper vehicle to serve alcohol beverages at Ocean City special events moving forward. As the events become larger and more frequent, it will be harder and harder for our service club volunteers to man these events. As we all know, the average age of these type of nonprofit organization is not going down. To staff a 2-, 3-, or 4-day event that could run 10 to 12 hours each day takes a tremendous amount of man hours and volunteers. Although eager to do so, may not actually have members available to man all shifts necessary for these type events. The Commissioners also feel that moving forward with this bill will enhance safety at the events. Professional servers who are TAM trained will be better suited to recognize patrons who are perhaps underage, over-inebriated, or presenting false identification. These type of events will need not only the approval of Ocean City Mayor and Council, but additionally the Town of Ocean City Police Department and our appointed Worcester County Board of License Commissioners. The Worcester County Commissioners feel this series of checks and balances will only enhance Ocean City's events and attendees' experiences moving forward. Growing tourism and attracting top-notch festivals and performances benefit not only Ocean City economically, but the entire county. And this bill will allow alcoholic beverages to be served in the safest manner possible at these events. That is why the Worcester County Commissioners support HB 113 unanimously. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration of this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Beriano. I'm here on behalf of the Mayor, City Council of Ocean City. I'm not going to repeat everything that's said. This is an extremely important bill to this municipality, which is our recreational vacation spot for the entire state of Maryland. It will bring enormous economic development, not only for Ocean City, but the entire state of Maryland. And it will be properly controlled and operated. Would urge a favorable report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bariano. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, it is worth mentioning there are no unfavorables, so this was voted out unanimous, correct? So with no questions, this concludes testimony on House
Thank
Bill
you.
113. Thank you, Delegate
Thank you.
Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee.
We will now move on to Howard County Chair Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I have 3 bills. I promised the chair that I would take 3 minutes or less. The first bill is House Bill 146. These are all cleanup bills. They all have support from our delegation, unanimous support, no opposition. The first bill, 146, would exempt from a public hearing an individual that is already an approved license holder on the same license for the same business at the same location if the individual has appeared before the License Commissioners or Alcoholic Beverage Hearing Board. The board will retain the right to require a hearing in the case. That's it. Going
We'll go
on to
through all
House Bill
3.
158. This bill would update current law to require the applicant for an alcoholic beverage license to be a resident of the state of Maryland rather than limiting residency to Howard County. The current law was put in place in 1957, so the board or its inspector could reliably contact the party when necessary. However, a licensee can easily be contacted in multiple ways by rendering this obsolete. Third bill, House Bill 218. Current law requires an application for a new license to be signed by 3 people who attest they know the applicant and believe the applicant lives in Howard County. The 3 owners must own real property in the election district as proposed business and be registered to vote in that district. House Bill 146 would remove the requirement for the 3 signers. None of the neighboring counties require 3 signers. The current law serves little benefit other than being an obstacle for potential business owners when obtaining licensing. I ask for favorable report on all 3 of these bills.
Are there any questions for any of the 3 pieces? Yes, Delegate Charkoudian. Oh. you
I
were
will
just
say,
talking-
Madam Chair, there is nothing like Alcohol Day to make me miss ECM, let me tell you.
Okay, no questions. Seeing none, thank you, Chair Watson.
Thank you.
That concludes testimony on Howard County's alcohol bills. We'll now move back to Baltimore County. Is that Delegate Forbes? Yes.
Thank you, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Crosby, members of ECM. I am, for the record, Delegate Kathy Forbes, and I'm here today grateful for the opportunity to present testimony in support of HB 248. HB 248 would allow the Baltimore County Board of Liquor License Commissioners to issue a Class B ECFDS license to Towson University. That class of license, the Education and Conference Facility Dining Services license, was created by this body in 2018 for the benefit of UMBC. It allows the campus dining contractor to serve alcohol on campus. This bill got unanimous support in the county delegation and has a letter of support from the Baltimore County Licensed Beverage Association and the Baltimore County Administration. So I am happy to answer any questions, but I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Any questions for Delegate Forbes? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes testimony on House Bill 248. Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Boifo.
Yes, so sorry, Madam Chair. Really quick question, just as a process thing here. Are there any other universities doing this?
So the bill that was passed in 2018 for Baltimore County that allowed UMBC to get the license was based off of Prince George's County bill that College Park. So College Park has a license similar to this, UMBC, and they've been issued without incident. And currently, like Baltimore County goes for one-day licenses, or Towson University goes for one-day licenses, and they ask for 125 of them a year. And so the processing of those, both at the university side and on the county government side, is laborious. And so this would eliminate that processing,
Great.
and they just get 1 license a year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Delegate Forbes. That officially concludes testimony on House Bill 248 in Baltimore County. We'll now move on to Carroll County. Chairman Rose, Delegate Rose.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, for the record, Delegate April Rose, Chair of the Carroll County Delegation, here to present House Bill 558, Alcoholic Beverages License Residency Requirement. This is actually a duplicate of Delegate Arendt's bill, as he explained earlier. According to our liquor board, this is necessary. It's already what we're doing in practice, and that I believe there was a lawsuit. I don't have evidence of that with me here today. I tried to Google it, that it was necessary to make this change. So we voted unanimously to do so, and we asked for a favorable report. Okay, great. The second bill, House Bill 559, will provide the ability to have fewer tables in Class B, Class BR, Class C, beer, wine, and liquor license holders. It will provide the ability to have fewer tables as long as the seats at the bar and counter are included in the 50 individual count, not to exceed 15 bar or counter seats. And they felt that this would streamline the process for our license holders in Carroll County, and it received a favorable report, unanimous with our delegation. And the last bill, House Bill 560. This bill directly affects basically one place in our county. In downtown Westminster, we have the Carroll Art Center. They hold a number of events every year. It's a nonprofit. They have performances, they do community events, and do several things. And they were applying for so many licenses for each event. It was generally becoming to be quite a lot. And to streamline the process, the liquor board felt that if they would charge them one fee per year of $2,000, that would cover the license fee that would be necessary for them to continue to perform those events. And we asked for a favorable report.
Any questions for Delegation Chair Rose? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do have one, I don't know if it's information or opposition, Dr. Ramey Eck for House Bill 558.
My testimony is the same.
Can you, on the record?
I would, my name is Dr. Ramiak. I refer you to my testimony that I gave previously for House Bill 258.
Okay, thank you. We just need that on the record.
Yeah,
Thank you for your patience. No questions. That concludes the testimony in Carroll County alcohol legislation. We'll now move on to Frederick County. Chairman Pippy.
All right, good afternoon. Chair Valderrama, members of the committee, Delegate Pippy for the record, Chairman of the Frederick County Delegation. Just go through all these quickly? All right.
Yes, please.
Yep. HB 644, it's a bill that would permit a golf simulator facility to have a beer, wine, and liquor license annually, was supported by the Frederick County Delegation.
We'll go through each,
Got
just
it.
continue
Yep.
through the list, and if anyone
Yep.
has questions, make sure you pay attention to which bill number you do have questions on.
Yep, HB 679, this is a display of license. Basically, it removes the requirement to have glass in front of the license displayed at each establishment. Our delegation voted in support. HB 939, this changes Sunday hours to come in compliance with the other 6 days of the week, allowing alcohol sales at 6 a.m. on Sundays till 2 a.m., supported by the delegation. HB 989, this is a miniature golf course license, similar to the golf simulator license. It permits an establishment that has a miniature golf course to sell beer, wine, and liquor, supported by the delegation. HB 990, this is a hatchet throwing facility. It's for beer and wine only, permits that facility to sell beer and wine, supported by the delegation. We also have an amendment to that bill, which would lower the price from $1,500 per year to $160 to be in compliance with the other beer and wine licenses throughout the county. And then we have HB 991, basket of cheer. This removes the requirement that the alcohol has to be manufactured in Maryland, supported by the delegation narrowly. And then HB 997, this is not, let me see, consumption permit. Sorry, bear with me. Oh, this is a basket of cheer, apologize. No, we did that one, sorry, a lot of bills here. Consumption permit, oh, this is a tasting license, apologize, 997. What this does is it clarifies the language of how much alcohol can be consumed in a tasting at a beer, wine, and liquor establishment to be in compliance. And that's it, Madam Chair.
So members, unless I did not keep up correctly, there was no opposition to any of the bills listed. Are there any questions for the numerous bills that Chair Pippy has just presented on behalf of Frederick County? Seeing none,
Always
thank
a
you
pleasure.
very much.
Yep.
That concludes testimony on Frederick County. We'll now move on to Garrett County. Delegate Heimbaugh.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to come in and testify on behalf of House Bill 905. It's titled the Garrett County Alcoholic Beverage Act of 2023. I didn't pick the title. I don't know where that came from. Sounds a lot bigger deal than it really is, to be honest with you. So again, for the record, my name is Delegate Jim Heimbaugh. I represent District 1A, which is all of Garrett in the western part of Allegheny County. This bill basically proposes a series of housekeeping and cleanup things for the current rules that prevail on the sale of alcohol in Garrett County. The changes are detailed and explained in the written testimony you have from Ms. Debbie Ostin. She's the administrator of the Garrett County Alcohol Control Board. The changes are relatively simple. It does things like it allows for Sunday sales to begin at 6 o'clock in the morning to accommodate golfers that want to have a Bloody Mary before they go out on the course. It allows people that are building gift baskets to buy from a wholesaler as well as a retailer. It lowers the threshold to get an upgraded license for a motel from 24 rooms to 10 rooms. I don't think there's anything controversial in it. The changes were proposed by the Liquor Control Board to the Garrett County Commissioners. County attorney vetted those. The Board of County Commissioners held a hearing, public hearing, kept the record open for 2 weeks, got no comments, so it's not controversial at all. There's no fiscal impact at either the state or the county level. However, there is, I guess, reason to believe that it could be very helpful to small businesses. I think, did Ms. Ostin sign up for virtual testimony?
She did.
She did. So I think she's prepared to take a couple minutes to describe the bill in more detail and can probably do a better job answering your questions than I can. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Delegate Heimbaugh. We'll now go to Ms. Deborah Ostin virtually from the Garrett County Liquor Control Board.
Hello, yes, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you, can't see you.
Oh, you can't see me. Let me see. There we go.
There you go.
Madam Chair and Committee, thank you. My name's Debbie Alston. I'm Garrett County Liquor Control Board Administrator. As Delegate Heimbaugh stated, we have had public meetings on this. House Bill 905 is housekeeping amendments to our current Title 21 for Garrett County. We have a few amendments. One of our hotels has less than 25 rooms and wants to upgrade to beer, wine, and liquor. In order to do that, we needed to amend the section of the Class B beer, wine, and liquor license. Our current gift basket permit holder also requested that she be able to purchase from wholesalers. Our board did not oppose to that idea and support her request. And our multiple day event licenses, we have several nonprofits who hold event licenses, and they also want to do an occasional fundraiser. So this would allow them to hold an occasional per diem day license since they have a license of a different class. And as Delegate Heimbold said, our Sunday sales expansion of hours was requested by several license holders for various reasons to help them sell additional purchases in the early hours where they're normally not permitted. And the expiration of the license, this is a matter of, we've had several establishments have to close and they're putting their businesses up for sale, and we'd like to continue their license to be on hold while they attempt to sell their business and transfer the license. And we would request that for up to 6 months. And I thank you for your time and request a favorable consideration to House Bill 905. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions for Delegate Heimbaugh or Ms. Ostin? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you all for your
concludes
time.
testimony on House Bill 905. Members will now move on to Harford County. Is Chairman Riley here? Why don't we start with 670 first? Delegate oh, Steve, I'm sorry, Delegate Johnson.
I don't think Garrett County Alcohol Beverage Act of 2023. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Steve Johnson, here to present House Bill 670. This bill is the Harford County Alcohol Beverage Stadium License Annual Fee. This bill takes the fee from the Ripken Stadium from $10,000 down to $4,000. You should have in your packet a schedule of fees for other minor league baseball stadiums in the state. Wacomico County has 5,200 seats. Their fee is $2,000. Frederick County has 5,400 seats. Their fee is $2,000. Charles County has 4,200 seats. Their fee is $2,200. And we have Prince George's County. They have 10,000 seats. Their fee is $2,420. Ripken Stadium has about 5,800 seats, and they're paying almost 5 times what every other minor league stadium in the state pays. Our liquor board in Harford County is kind of different than any others. They are in a silo and exist on fees and fines. We don't think this is a good structure for our businesses in Harford County. When we compare our fees in Harford County to other fees in the state, we see that we're a little skewed. Last year, this bill had delegation support. It was unanimous, and it was made a delegation bill. It passed in this committee unanimously. It passed on the floor unanimously, and again this year, passed in the delegation unanimously and was made a delegation bill. Now, you have a letter of opposition from our liquor board that I would kind of like to go over because it's a little misleading. If you look on page 1, paragraph 6, it says the management from Ripken Stadium Concessions at Ripken Stadium proposed the original license fee at the inception of their application in 2002 for the privilege to serve alcoholic beverages at their venue. Well, that's not exactly accurate. After they built the stadium, they had millions of dollars invested in the stadium. They were given the fee, and this I've verified with the Ripken folks and the city manager at the time that this stadium was built. On page 2, paragraph 2, for the license year 2021 and 2020, during the declared state of emergency for the COVID-19 pandemic, the Harford County Liquor Control Board prorated and reduced the license fee for Ripken Stadium concessions from $10,000 to $3,293. They reduced it to where really it should have been, where it was consistent with the rest of the stadiums around the state. If you look at paragraph 8, Harford County Liquor Control Board then compared the number of baseball games currently listed on the website for the 2023 session
season, the Iron Birds, which is 66 games. These are at home games where alcoholic beverages can be sold, which will result in increased revenue for the Ripken Stadium concessions. The Orioles play 81 games at home, and they are a Major League Baseball team, and that stadium, their fee is $12,000. In paragraph 12, using his own numbers, Harford County Liquor Control Board offers a new projection for the licensed stadium revenue for the 2023 baseball season. The following figures are derived and anticipated ticket sales for the 2023 Ironbirds baseball season and the 66-game schedule based upon Mr. Graham, who is the manager of Ironbirds baseball, previously paid in 2022 attendance figures and applied them to the 2023 season. Ripken Stadium concessions can anticipate the increased revenue to just a hair over $2 million. As a delegation, we want every business in Harford County to be successful. We want them to do well, and we do not want our model to be the more money a business makes, the more the Liquor Control Board gets. On page 4, paragraph 5, additional research revealed the license permitted at the stadium to sell beer, wine, and liquor. This is available in Baltimore City. The annual license fee is $12,000. That's where it gets a little deceptive. What they don't tell you is the two fee holders for $12,000. I want to remind you, Ripken pays $10,000 for a 5,800-seat venue. What they don't tell you is one of those license holders is Camden Yards at 47,000 seats, and the ticket prices are way higher than a minor league baseball stadium. The second ticket license holder for $12,000 is M&T Stadium, where the Ravens play, with 79,000 seats, and again, much higher tickets prices. In paragraph 6, the license is also available in Prince George's County, where the permit holder, the fee is $21,780. Again, what they don't tell you, that's for a professional football stadium, FedEx Field, where the Washington Commanders play, and they have 82,000 seats. Paragraph 9. Let's back up to that paragraph 8, where they talk about the Prince George's County, paragraph 6, the $21,000 fee. They also have a minor league baseball stadium in Prince George's County, the Bayou Bay Sox. They have 10,000 seats, almost twice of what Ripken Stadium has. Their fee is $2,420, and that is the highest minor league baseball stadium fee in the state besides Ripken Stadium. Now, we're asking for a reduction to $4,000 because they do have the added extra of selling alcohol, which that makes them $1,580 more than the highest minor league baseball fee in the state. Paragraph 9.
Delegate Johnson?
Yes.
If I may ask, are you going to be going through each paragraph?
No, ma'am, this is the last one.
Okay, it's the last point. Okay. I was going to encourage the members to look at what you're detailing because you're in opposition to what your liquor board is saying.
This is the last one. Thank you. Paragraph 9 on page 4. The liquor license does not restrict the limit of organization from increasing the number of other events at the licensed establishment. And again, every other minor league stadium has the same option to have other events. So for these reasons, I would ask for a favorable report on House Bill 670. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Johnson. You have a witness here who's virtual, Mr. Jack Graham from Ripken Professional Baseball.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Chair. Without belaboring the points that Delegate Johnson has outlined very clearly and thoroughly, we're simply asking to be treated like other minor league baseball stadiums that have similar capacities to ours. We do acknowledge that we can serve liquor and others cannot, and so we don't think it would be fair to ask for the same liquor license fee, an elevated one of $4,000. I'll not belabor all of the points that Delegate Johnson went through with the liquor board's opposition, but I will say that I think we all know that the Ironbirds going from 38 games a year to 66 games a year will not automatically increase our ticket sales by 75%, as the board says. That's not how supply and demand works. So I appreciate the support of the delegation from Harford County and urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. First questions, Delegate Adams.
Thank you very much. So you were mentioning Wacomico, and I just wanted the statistic from Wacomico. I'm a season ticket holder and sponsor of the team, and appreciate what the minor league team does, but I wanted to hear the number just so I could have it in my mind as I'm listening to the rest of the testimony on it.
The numbers for Wacomico,
Yeah.
they have 5,200 seats and their fee is $2,000.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for these panelists? Seeing none, thank you. Delegate Johnson, we will now move on to, you can stay put, Chair Riley, if you like. We're moving to the unfavorable for Michael Krabs and Paul Majewski.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Majewski. I'm the chair of the Harford County Liquor Control Board. Our Liquor Control Board is unanimously against that stadium license fee decrease. Several reasons. One, this is a beer, wine, and liquor license. Unlike the other stadiums, not only is the entire stadium licensed, but also the entire parking lot for large events. Another reason that we are against this is our community college, which is a nonprofit, has a liquor license that is allowed to have 24 events. Their $3,500 fee. This would actually reduce the fee for the Ironbirds, which is a for-profit business, to less per license. If you look at 66 games at $4,000, to less per license than the Ironbirds Stadium. Ironbirds would pay about $60 per game at 66 games, and that's not even including all the other alcoholic events that they hold. They hold several events through the year, and they used to hold several concerts as well, which they have not recently due to COVID. We did reduce their fee down to $3,200 during COVID. They weren't allowed to have patrons in their in their stadium. So it was I felt more than fair for us to reduce their fee. So that is the position of the Harford County Liquor Board.
Are you representing Michael Krabs as well?
Yes, he had surgery, so he was not able to make it. He thought he would be recovered in time, so I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Majewski from the members? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just comparing apples to apples, minor league A-ball team to minor league A-ball team, what's the differential?
So one, there's no other minor league A-ball team that is allowed to serve liquor. They also, if you look at the on sales only, or what the dates that they're allowed, like the Hagerstown Suns, for instance, they have an annual license fee of $2,000. Now that is only for beer and wine, but they have an additional fee for Sunday events as well.
So Delegate Johnson pointed out that, let's say the Bowie Bay Sox has a fee of $2,400, and you know the Ironbirds have a fee of $10,000. Why is that a differential? What's causing the Ironbirds to have that differential versus the Bowie Bay Sox?
So I'm not 100% familiar with how Bowie works, but I believe they are not a self-funded liquor board. I believe they are funded by taxpayer dollars. Same with Baltimore City, with M&T Bank and Camden Yards as well. Their liquor board is paid by taxpayer money. Ours liquor board is only funded from fees and fines of our licensees.
No further questions.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 670. Chair Riley, if you
Yes.
want to.
Would you like Mr. Meduski just to stay so he can?
Oh, okay, sure.
So instead of getting up and down.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Teresa Riley from District 35A and the Chair of the Harford County Delegation, here to introduce HB 1058, which is an alcoholic beverage license B/HTF, which is a hatchet throwing facility license. This bill would establish a Class B-HTF license. The license would enable certain hatchet throwing facilities to sell beer and wine at retail on consumption on the premises. The bill provides that the license holder is opened to the public, has 7 hatchet throwing pits, can sell beer and wine Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. the following day, cannot transfer the license, shall provide packaged snacks for purchase during beer and wine sales, and pays an annual license fee of $750. My last point is that they shall purchase their beer and wine from I have down here, the bill currently states, they will purchase their beer and wine from retail license holder, license wholesaler, or a manufacturer. I was just made aware of by Mr. Manis and also Mr. Steve Wise that they have proposed an amendment for that section. That section in the bill is page 2, lines 20 through 22. And the bill, just basically how the bill drafter put it in there. They do have an issue with the wording of license holder and also a manufacturer. So the delegation members will be looking at that amendment as well and getting back to the committee as soon as possible, whether that will be accepted as a friendly amendment. So I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 1058 on this Harford County delegation bill, and I'll be happy to take any questions at the appropriate time.
Will you be speaking, Mr. Majewski?
Yes, ma'am.
You are?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the Harford County Liquor Control Board does support this bill. There's 2 hatchet throwing facilities in Harford County. I've been made aware that one of them does allow BYOB. So this would allow the Liquor Control Board to regulate the sale of alcohol within this facility.
Mr. Manis, Mr. Wise, I have you as written, but you're all both here. Did you want to testify? Are you okay? You're okay. All right. Was that the end of your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any questions? Yes. Delegate Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a real quick question. You have in here at least 7 hatchet throwing pits. I have in my jurisdiction 2 new facilities. There's going to be similar bills. I'm just curious why you chose 7. Was that the business model, or is that something there? I'm just curious why that's listed here.
Yeah, that was proposed originally in the original bill. This bill had other industries in it at one time. So we took those out because there were some issues, and we wanted to make sure that we got this particular industry in this year, because it's been several years that we've been working on it. And that was, I guess, from the liquor board originally, 7 pits?
I don't know.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Delegate Fisher.
Just want to know, is it blindfolded hatchet throwing, or is it?
Absolutely not.
Any
pretty,
other questions for
pretty
the panel? Delegate Sample Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the bill. I wanted to ask this a while ago at the other one that was presented for Frederick County, but is there a limitation on the amount of alcohol that is consumed? Is there a specific number? I was looking at some of the other facilities, and they had a specific number. So I'm just curious for this one as well.
This one is not.
It's not.
But in a lot of cases, they have a lot of groups that come in to, rent, to, like a business would come in and just have an activity. So we find that he's doing a lot of that type of business. So that's why the hours are the way they are. So they could come in and they're generally there for 2 hours, doing hatchets and eating and doing the axe throwing. So, it's kind of limited, but yet not limited in the bill as far as hours or how many drinks you can have.
So do you think that we should put a limit on it? Like if someone has 7 beers versus maybe the limit of 3?
Well, in this industry, I mean, here, we kind of have an idea of approximately how long they're staying to where, you know, when you're looking at a bar or a restaurant, we don't limit that, and they could be there for
We
8
don't have
hours.
hatchets.
I mean, yeah, but
We're
have
not
you,
sitting in a bar with hatchets.
Madam Pro Tem, have you been into one of these facilities?
Yeah, I know they're enclosed. I know that.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
Well, you just hit the person that you're
And there's
enclosed
also a
with.
trainer.
But I get all that, and I'm just being very
Yeah.
serious here. So I was curious about the number, and then also I wanted to also inquire: will there be a question of having someone, or making sure, I should say, making sure someone is not intoxicated before they start their hatchery
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, they
experience?
do have, if you go on quite a few, even the ones in the other counties that already have this, you go into their websites and there's like regulations that they have to follow. So it's very, you know, there is something out there as far as training. They're not just going to let you walk in, grab a beer and just throw a hatchet. It's not the way it is. It's very regulated as far as at the location. So we felt that, you know, wasn't necessary to put a limit in the actual bill.
Ma'am, if I may speak.
Sure.
This facility was originally open next to, and is still open next to, a restaurant. At one point in time, they had a doorway that allowed restaurant patrons to just go into. So they would just come, they were using the bar at the restaurant. The liquor board has shut that down. A big reason for this bill is this is a BYOB event, and this would force them to have alcohol awareness trained personnel on staff instead of nobody alcohol awareness trained.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1058. And move on to your next bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move on to HB 1059. Again, Delegate Therese Riley, Delegation Chair, Harford County Delegation. And this bill is the Performing Arts Theater License. This bill would establish a Performing Arts Theater License, which would enable certain performing arts theaters to serve and sell beer and wine at retail to be consumed on premises. The performing arts theater definition must be an area, a building, or a structure designed and used for plays, acts, dramas, concerts, theatrical performances on stage, or showing movies or films. The license holder is permitted in the bill that they shall serve beer and wine. They can serve beer and wine 1 hour before and after performances, during the performance, and also at intermission. They cannot transfer the license. They shall always serve and sell snacks when beer and wine is sold. They will pay an annual license fee of $500. And again, this bill was drafted the same way that the previous bill, the prior bill, was just mentioned, where it said, shall purchase beer and wine from retail license holder, license wholesaler, and or manufacturer. So again, the same amendment is put in your packet from Mr. Steve Wise and Nick Manis. So again, the delegation will look at that and get back to the committee as soon as possible, whether that amendment is accepted as a friendly amendment. And again, looking for a favorable report.
Good afternoon. Paul Majewski, again with Harford County Liquor Control Board. The Liquor Control Board does support this bill. This bill is really written for a specific nonprofit in Havre de Grace that spends about $1,500 in per diem licenses. They do numerous events, and they have to get numerous licenses for the event. And I forget the exact number, but I think it's like 153 licenses they got last year. This would significantly reduce their fee and also significantly reduce the workload on the Liquor Control Board. So I think this is a win-win. It's great for the community, great for the nonprofit, and also will help the Liquor Control Board as well.
I also have here Adam Rubzinski from City of Havre de Grace. Yep. In favor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Economic Matters Committee. Adam Rybczynski for the record, representing the City of Havre de Grace. The city supports HB 1059. As it was said, 1059 would establish a performing arts theater beer wine license in Harford County, which could be issued to a nonprofit organization that operates a performing arts center. As the city continues to grow its A&E district, such license types will be increasingly needed. Additionally, we already have one performing arts center which would benefit from this license type. Such venues play an essential role in the city's economy and provide residents and visitors with much needed desire and access to the arts. If passed, the bill is expected to have a positive economic impact on the city, and as such, we are requesting a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, also point to your attention, there's written testimony in favor and favorable with amendment that Delegate Riley pointed out. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes testimony on House Bill 1059. Your next bill, Delegate Riley?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Delegate Teresa Riley, presenting HB 1062 on behalf of the Harford County delegation. This bill would alter the quota used to determine the maximum number of alcoholic beverages that the Harford County Board of License Commissioners may issue. The bill changes the formula from every 3,000 individuals in the county to every 4,000 individuals in the county regarding a Class A off-sale license, a Class A1 off-sale license, or Class A2 off-sale license, bringing the total of the Class A licenses to 12, opposed to what it currently is at 34 or something or another. This bill does not affect the current license holders and does not affect renewals going forward either. So the delegation is respectfully asking for a favor report on HB 1062, which is a Harford County delegation bill, and accept any questions.
Madam Chair, Paul Majewski again from Harford County Liquor Control Board. The board does support this bill. This language was originally proposed at 4,500, but ended up being mimicked several other counties, surrounding counties, including Baltimore County, to 4,000.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1062. Your last bill, Delegate Riley, 1063.
Yes, aren't you happy? Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Delegate Teresa Riley here for the Harford County delegation, introducing HB 1063, which is a alcoholic beverage Class HC Health Club license. This bill would establish a Class HC license. This license would establish and enable a certain health club to obtain a 6 or 7 day license to sell beer, wine, and liquor on premises for consumption. The license holder must sell health club services, must have at least 150 members who pay dues, must own or lease the real property as a for-profit or nonprofit health club facility, must pay an annual fee for a 6-day license of $1,300, or must pay an annual fee for a 7-day license for $1,400. I respectfully ask for a favor report on HB 1063, the Harford County delegation bill, and welcome any questions.
Yes, ma'am. Paul Majewski, Harford County Liquor Control Board. The Harford County Liquor Control Board does oppose this bill. We have 2 pages here, but ultimately, health clubs are designed for healthy lifestyles, and we do not believe that alcohol should be permitted in the health clubs. The other licensees within our county have expressed a lot of concern. A lot of patrons leave the health clubs and visit the restaurants that are directly next door to the health club, so they are opposed to this as well. And lastly, I'll end with these health clubs have babysitting services. One of the concerns is that people will be able to bring their children, drop them off, go to the bar at the health club, and then pick up their children and leave. And there's no food, access, there's no food requirement in this bill. So you have people drinking on empty stomachs and dehydrated after a hard workout.
So my apologies. I assumed since she wanted you to stay up here with her the whole time, that you were in support of every piece of legislation.
That's fine.
And having heard your testimony, my bad,
Was no
Delegate
surprise.
Riley. Vice Chair Crosby has a question.
What is the name of the health club? I'd like to get a membership.
Any other questions? Delegate Seth Howard.
Thank you, you said they leave and go to restaurants?
From after
So?
their workouts, yes.
Okay. But that's a problem?
No,
They're
it's
going to
excellent.
spend money at a
The
restaurant?
restaurants are opposed to this bill.
Because they leave and then go to their restaurant?
Correct, because they come and eat and drink at their restaurants. So restaurants provide a food service along with alcohol, which helps absorption of alcohol. That's why most of our licenses have a food requirement with alcohol license, especially with liquor.
Any alcohol awareness, what do they call that? Help me out.
Yes, the training is within this bill.
It's in the bill?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then also, it's not like they're going to have a full bar. It's, they're at the pool or they're, at the track or whatever, and then they stop for a few minutes to relax, and they're going to go up and get a drink and sit down.
We allow this at
in
like
there.
hairdressers and stuff too, like ladies'
Yes.
night for wine. Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you.
Delegate Aaron's.
Thank you. Real quick, does this have local government support, Delegate Riley? Like commissioners or whoever?
I do not have a letter from the administration on this one. I can't remember. I don't want to speak out of school. There were 3 bills that he had some issues with that we, tweaked and changed and so forth. I don't think this was one of them.
Okay, does it have
That had-
delegation letter? Everyone he says
Yes.
delegation letter.
Yes,
And
this,
the vote is-
I believe this was unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam.
And you have that in your packet. You have the vote count. In case-
Any other questions? Seeing none, there's also written testimony in favor for members to take note of. Our last in-person favorable is Keith Rawlings.
Thank you, Delegate Rowley and the Harford County delegation for unanimous vote for HB 1063. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Keith Rawlings. My wife Kathy and I own the Arena Club in Bel Air, Maryland. It's an 80,000 square foot facility that provides many services to families and patrons. We have a large pool complex. We have pickleball courts. We have basketball courts. We provide many services. And coming out of COVID, we've been doing everything we could to find ways to come up with opportunities to be successful. There's several health clubs throughout the state of Maryland that already have a beer, wine, alcohol license. Please check on that. I know Carroll County, Merit Athletic Clubs, they all have alcohol license. We are much safer than an axe throwing facility. I can guarantee you that. And I'm there.
Don't kill the other bill.
So I'm just really trying to understand the Liquor Board's reasoning for opposing an opportunity for us to be successful in a business that we've been working hard at for 20 years as a mom and pop operation. So I ask the delegation for your support in this bill, and thank you, Delegate Rowley.
Are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you, Delegate Riley. That concludes the testimony for Harford County. We will now move to Anne Arundel County. Vice Chair Dana Jones, Delegate Jones, are you here? Is this Miss Jackie Coleman with you? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Chairwoman.
Ready, Fran? Yes. Okay, I'll go first.
Hello, Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, Alcohol Subcommittee Chair Valderrama, and wonderful members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Dana Jones. Thank you so much. I come before you today to introduce, and also let me just say that Jackie Coleman, Executive Director of Maryland Hall, is here and will testify. She is the Executive Director. Maryland Hall, for those of you that don't know, is an unbelievable community hub in Anne Arundel County, and especially here in Annapolis, with classes for families and theatrical performances, award ceremonies, the most amazing Juneteenth celebration, and so much more. So it's also a well-known absolute love of Speaker Bush's. He was so very proud to have it in his district, as am I. I come before you today to introduce HB 520, City of Annapolis, Alcoholic Beverages Art Establishment. This bill would allow art establishments to obtain an annual liquor license. For the past decade, Maryland Hall has applied and received only daily liquor licenses. In 1 year, they obtained 71 individual liquor licenses that cost them $5,475. What is really amazing and unfortunate to me is the amount of staff time sitting at Alcohol Liquor Board meetings, which is a constant drain on productivity for Maryland Hall. Maryland Hall did share with me as we were putting this together that they lose nearly 180 hours annually of staff time for these liquor board meetings. Maryland Hall is a nonprofit. That amount of time and thousands of dollars would be better spent directly supporting various programs, events, and offerings they make available to the public. I'm introducing this bill along with an amendment that adjusts the annual fee for the license. After working with the City of Annapolis, Office of Law, as well as Maryland Hall, we agreed upon an annual license fee of $1,000. The amendment reflects the work by my office, our cross-file, Senator Elfreth's office, Maryland Hall, and the City of Annapolis's Office of Law. You will see that we also, the Anne Arundel County delegation, this was a vote of 16-0, unanimous vote in delegation. I'm proud to report, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, Alcohol Subcommittee Chair Valderrama, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jackie Coleman, for the record, and I am the Executive Director of Maryland Hall for the Creative Arts. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about my support of House Bill 520, which would allow art establishments to procure an annual liquor license. Dedicated to art for all, Maryland Hall is the region's cultural core, convening and engaging all people in arts experiences that strengthen community. We welcome, connect, and enrich all with inspiring arts experiences. For the past decade, Maryland Hall has provided the opportunity for audiences to enjoy an alcoholic beverage by obtaining daily liquor licenses. Over the years, as we have grown in our offerings, the number of licenses we apply for each year has increased. Annually, we now obtain almost 75 licenses, costing the organization almost $5,500. Additionally, as you heard from Delegate Jones, the staff time required to complete the application process equates to 25 workdays. Also, we receive over $50,000 each year from our bar sales, providing us with another much-needed diversified revenue stream. At a time when nonprofit arts organizations, one of the hardest hit industries during COVID, are working hard to rebuild, cost cutting is imperative for survival. I urge you to support House Bill 520 so Maryland Hall and other like organizations can focus on achieving their missions. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much, Delegate Jones. Thank you very much, Ms. Coleman. That concludes the testimony
Thank
on
you
House
so
Bill
much.
520. Members will now move on to Montgomery County. Is Chair Polakovich Carr here to present the alcohol bills for Montgomery County? Okay, not here. With that, we'll jump to Prince George's. Is Chairman Charles here to present for Prince George's County? Okay.
He's in the hall, but we can hold him down.
Yeah, let's, okay, neither the big jurisdictions.
Chair Valderrama, we were planning to go up together, all four of us.
Okay, fine. We will
So you
have
wanna
the
start and
Majority
then you
Whip
come?
Delegate Lewis present. And Delegate Lehman for law enforcement.
You get started.
Whenever you're ready.
Absolutely, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama and members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Mary Lehman, here to ask your favorable support of House Bill 946, Alcoholic Beverages, Main Street Laurel Development. This bill authorizes 5 Class BDD, as in Development District licenses for Main Street in the city of Laurel. These are beer, wine, and liquor licenses. The vision of the Laurel Mayor and the City Council is to revitalize the Main Street area, to create a more vibrant district where there are good restaurants and entertainment venues, including a comedy club. A thriving Main Street would allow residents to stay closer to home and get out with their neighbors while enjoying a nice meal or an evening's entertainment. I am working with the City of Laurel on an amendment to better define the boundaries that are currently outlined for this district in the city, and I ask for your favorable support of HB 946. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you also testifying, Delegate Lewis or Chairman
On
Charles?
that bill.
Okay. I'm trying to see if we have, okay. All right, next bill, which will you be covering?
Which one?
In any order that you would like to go. She
I'll
started
pass
with
it on to Jazz.
946.
Go to your bill.
Sure, that's House Bill 436, PG 305-23. Thank you, Chair and members of the Economic Matters Committee, and happy birthday to my good friends. And the Chair's not here, so happy birthday to him as well. Yes, I was saying to him first, happy birthday, and to Chair Wilson, happy birthday. So I'm here on behalf to testify for House Bill 436 to establish a development district around Prince George's County's Blue Line Corridor, which many of us have heard about. It is allowing restaurants to acquire a license to sell beer and wine. This will ensure that those restaurants who decide to locate in the area will be able to set up businesses without having to wonder if the ability to secure a liquor license will be available to them. Last year, we authorized a bond initiative for $400 million to invest in this historically disadvantaged community. By developing, investing, and attracting new businesses, we are set to uplift the communities along the Blue Line Corridor, and this bill will help move us closer to that goal. We want to ensure that restaurants who choose to open in these areas are assured of their ability to sell beer and wine. Right now, restaurants have to open not knowing whether they can secure a license, and this bill will add some security. Just for the specific geography, for anyone who is wondering, the Blue Line Corridor, as we define in this bill, is from the Beltway 495 along Central Avenue to the DC line. Okay, so it's all in the inner Beltway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No questions? Next bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Delegate Nick Charles, Chairman of the Prince George's County House Delegation, here for House Bill 436, Prince George's County Alcoholic Beverage Class B, beer, wine, and liquor, licenses, entertainment permits, inspections, and penalties. With this particular bill, Prince George's County sits on the edge of Washington, D.C.
I apologize, Chairman Charles. Are we dealing with House Bill 784?
784, yes.
Okay, I thought you said
Is this-
436. Oh, yeah, okay, so it's
Oh, I'm
784.
sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sorry about that, 784.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Prince George's County sits on the border of Washington, D.C., and one of the things that a lot of our restaurants and our bars and our clubs, they always are in competition with Washington, D.C. because of what they offer. In D.C., you can buy liquor by the glass or the bottle if you're going to celebrate your birthday, if you're going out for any special occasion. You can do that in D.C., but you cannot do that within Prince George's County. In addition to that, promoters are able to promote the clubs and the institutions within D.C., but you cannot do that in Prince George's County. With those two issues, this bill will allow for this to now take place within Prince George's County. Our bars and our restaurants to have the ability to sell liquor by the bottle or by the glass. Additionally, a lot of the businesses that currently have dancing within their locations, they've been technically harassed by the liquor board by having consistent pop-ups, with nothing ever being founded on any of the issues that they've come to be looked at. So we're asking that the liquor board lay out, every time they go into these establishments, and if they found anything, and just to put this onto the website so that everybody will be able to see, so we can actually track this to see if there's any merit to the issue.
Any questions, commentary? Seeing none? Thank you. Senator Watson, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Watson, 23rd District, here to present House Bill 438, Prince George's County Alcoholic Beverages Class B Stadium Beer, Wine, Liquor License. Members of the committee, this bill will allow the Bowie Bay Sox Stadium located in Prince George's County to sell liquor in addition to the beer and wine already allowed. The Bay Sox, as many of you know, are the AA affiliate of the Baltimore Orioles, and now that it is supported by the Maryland Stadium Authority, we simply ask that this destination location, bringing residents together from all across the state, be afforded the same ability to support our local economy as Camden Yards and Ravens Stadium. I ask for a favorable report.
Senator Watson, you have Mr. Brian Shellcross with you with the
I
Blue
do.
Bay Sox. Would you like to come up, Mr. Shellcross? Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, committee members. Just wanted to go over a few notes about alcohol policy and the history of the Bay Sox. First of all, my name is Brian Shallcross. I am the general manager of the Bay Sox. I'm entering my 21st season with the Bay Sox, so I have a little history with the Bay Sox. We just signed a new lease with the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission as well, to keep the Bay Sox in Bowie for a long time. First thing I want to mention is there is no tailgating allowed. You cannot bring any alcohol on site. So unlike a Ravens game, there is no alcohol allowed to be brought on site. We have at every Bay Sox game sworn officers of park police at every game and every public event. Concessionaires are required to complete professional alcohol training like tips. During 20 years that I've been with the Bay Sox, we've had over 3 million patrons come through our gates and less than 10 incidents involving alcohol, and all 10 of those incidents involved someone coming to the ballpark inebriated, not based on our serve. Over 75% of food and beverage served at the Bay Sox is non-alcohol. So we have a full complement of food and beverage, not including alcohol. Alcohol sales are cut off after the 7th inning. For anybody who doesn't know baseball, baseball's 9 innings, so after the 7th inning, we do cut off alcohol. And a final point I'll make is that drinking alcohol at the Bay Sox is a very expensive proposition. That's on purpose, because we want to discourage any heavy drinking at the ballpark because of our family entertainment. And so we're just asking for this House bill to be supported, just to give our patrons a wider range of options, and mostly ready-made drinks, not bottle service. So I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shellcross. Are there any questions for the senator or Mr. Shellcross? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. That would conclude the testimony on House Bill 438. Chairman Charles, I know you're here to present whatever bill is left on the delegation list with an update.
This is an update. So for House Bill 1014, Prince George's County Alcoholic License, Prohibition of Transfer of Class A Beer, Wine, and Liquor Licenses. The bill sponsor who brought this bill to the delegation has since pulled the bill, and a letter will be going over to the ECM Committee. It should have already come over earlier today, but I'll check with my staff to make sure that that actually happened. But the bill is no longer moving forward.
Thank you. I wanted you to make that update for the members who are in this audience, who I know are here specifically for that legislation. It will be withdrawn, and a letter is being sent for confirmation. Thank you for that, Chairman Charles. That concludes the legislation for alcohol in Prince George's County. We'll now go back to Montgomery County. Delegate Shi will be presenting on behalf of Chair Polakovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Lily Chi here to present a couple of local Montgomery County bills on behalf of the Montgomery County delegation. The first is HB 277. HB 277 is based on what we passed last year. So simply put, last year, we passed the legislation to allow the Montgomery County Revenue Authority, which currently holds several clubhouse licenses to run golf courses, we allow them to produce wine and a cider at the Cross Vines project in Poolsville through a limited winery license and a microbrewery license. However, we neglected to correct the language in the state law, which prohibits anyone to hold more than one clubhouse license if they also have a Class 7 microbrewery license. So this bill simply codifies that at the request of the Alcohol Beverage Commission. So it's a very simple technical fix to be consistent with what we did last year. So the Revenue Authority can continue to hold the rest of the golf course licenses across the county. And the next is HB 345. It's an even simpler bill. HB 345 allows two current members of the Montgomery County Alcohol Beverage Services Board, namely the police chief and the director of the Alcohol Beverage Services Department, to appoint their staff designees to serve on that board on their behalf if they so choose. And because currently they are not allowed to do that, they have to serve them on the board personally, and that's all it does. So. Both of them passed the Montgomery County House delegation unanimously. Okay.
Any questions for Delegate Chi? Seeing none, thank you, Delegate Chi. That concludes the testimony on alcohol bills for Montgomery County. We will now move on to the last of the House statewide bills, beginning with House Bill 246, Delegate Vice Chair Harrison.
Good afternoon, colleagues. For the record, I am Delegate Andrea Harrison, here to present HB 246. There are a few people who are in the hallway who are making their way in for this bill. This came at the impetus of, I had an opportunity last year to attend the ribbon cutting and grand opening of a winery that is our fifth female winemaker in the state. There are only 5, and this one happens to be in Prince George's County. Great, beautiful venue there, wonderful opportunity, wonderful time, so much so that when a few friends came to town, I took them down there to enjoy as well. And what we learned at the time was that wineries are not permitted to sell, or I should say prepare food. Most of the wineries that I know of, at least in this in the Prince George's County region, they are in a very rural area, and there are no other restaurants. And so this bill basically would permit wineries to prepare food. And it is already a precedent set because farm breweries can do the same thing. So this language basically states that they would operate the same way as far as preparing food. I have submitted written testimony, so I don't need to read it to you. I will make mention that there are 2 sponsor amendments. The first is technical. It preserves the current ability of the wineries to sell wine for off-premise consumption. And the second amendment clarifies the legislative intent dating back to the Winery Modernization Act of 2010 that wineries are able to prepare and serve foods such as pizzas, chili, soup, and baked goods, which wineries are already compliant with. So I have a few people here, including our 5th female winemaker in the state. And so I think I'll start, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, if we can start with Mr. Boulder. Sure.
Good afternoon. Matthew Boley on behalf of the Maryland Wineries Association in support of this legislation. You have heard from Delegate Harrison about why this legislation is important. I want to speak to the legislation as introduced and as added with the sponsor amendments. The legislation as introduced enables wineries to operate as food establishments with proper local approval. These provisions are already in place for farm breweries in Maryland. Enabling this change is good policy for the reasons you'll hear from our 2 upcoming wineries as well. The legislation with the included sponsor amendment is to address a question we have recently received in Carroll County that could have statewide implications. While I believe that a review of the legislative history for the 2010 Maryland Winery Modernization Act clearly demonstrates that preparation of foods was contemplated, this amendment codifies that even if a winery chooses not to become a food establishment, it will, by right of its license, be able to prepare food. The list of foods, or be able to prepare the list of foods that are enumerated in the statute. And truly, only that makes sense. If we can't prepare pizza, how are we to serve it, frozen or raw? That is not what legislation in 2010 intended, and thus we are going to resolve this issue by including prepare in the statute. So I hope for these good reasons today that you will support this legislation so that our wineries can continue to evolve and fulfill customer and constituent demands, and that you support this amendment so that Maryland wineries do not have to serve cold pizzas to your constituents. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Callie Hinkey, and I am one of the co-founders and winemaker at Two Lions Vineyards in Prince George's County. We are the newest vineyard on the trail there, and this has been an issue for us, as Delegate Harrison mentioned. We are in a very rural area. There is no place close for our customers to be able to get food, and we really see this as it's a responsibility as we are serving alcohol to our customers to also be able to serve food. We find it very irresponsible to not do so. There are a lot of wineries that depend on other businesses such as food trucks, but in our very first year, we found them to be highly unreliable. And therefore, we decided not to use them and to try to find support for a bill so that we can, while we're serving alcohol, also make sure that our customers are able to have food in a responsible manner.
Hi, my name is Rachel Lowe Littman. I am the 5th generation winemaker and general manager, I guess, of my family's winery in Mount Airy, Maryland. We are the 4th oldest existing winery in the state of Maryland, called Lowe Vineyards. A couple of things that were really important for me to address is the fact that when people come to a winery, they expect an experience. They don't expect a list of foods to be what you would expect at a baseball concession stand or an airport grab and go. We are making wine, and if you're gonna make a wine that is high class or a 95-point rated wine, which we would hope in the state of Maryland, they will expect something along the lines that's more than just soup or chili or the frozen pizza. They want to be wined and dined, honestly. And so whenever we get calls for wine and for people to come visit our winery, they don't consider charcuterie to be food. So I would just really urge to push this in the sense that we want to be able to provide a whole entire experience to winery for customers as wineries as something that is a little bit more elevated than a concession stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe Littman. Delegate Harrison, there's someone here. Is this your staffer, Vernita Johnson?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
she submitted for me.
Okay.
So I just ask for a favorable report.
Are there any questions from the members for Delegate Harrison's panel? Delegate Pippi.
So I see you're in District 4. It's my district. Represent you? Okay, good.
I'm
good.
nodding. Yeah.
When did you guys open?
1982.
82, the year I was born. Okay, very good.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you.
Good year.
Ooh. Cover my gray.
Thanks, Pippi. Thanks. Any other questions for these panelists? Seeing none, thank you, Delegate Harrison. Thank you, panelists. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 246.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to House Bill 565, Washington County Delegation.
Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama and esteemed members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm Delegate Wyville, Chair of the Washington County Delegation. I am pleased to present House Bill 565, which is not a hatchet-throwing bill. The intent of 565, however, is to permit the holder of a Class 9 distillery license to distribute the product that they manufacture directly and would allow them to possess a wholesaler's license. As you know, a Class 9 distillery license is one of the smaller distilleries in the state, and the holder does not distill, bottle, or sell more than 100,000 gallons of product each year. We understand and appreciate the three-tier system in Maryland and are willing to consider amendments in order to produce a favorable report. The bill has unanimous support of both the Washington County Board of County Commissioners and the Washington County Delegation, and again, I ask for a favorable report.
Hello, I'm Court Meinl-Schmidt with Meinl-Schmidt Distillery. Just a little bit about ourselves. We opened in 2020. We have an award-winning whiskey and 93 points from the Bartender Spirits Awards. We are a Class 9, one of 5 Class 9 distilleries in the state of Maryland, which is a limited distillery, as Delegate Wyville already said. We are limited on the production that we have. We can only produce one brand per type of spirits produced, so we're limited on what we can do. We cannot produce for another manufacturer. And what we're like is we treated like every other alcohol manufacturer in the state. There's 9 classes of alcohol manufacturers. 1 through 8 are allowed to self-distribute. Only the limited Class 9 distillery cannot self-distribute. Not asking that we have to, just asking that we have that option, that ability to self-distribute, just like the other 8 classes of alcohol manufacturers that are there. And that's it. Just want to be treated like everybody else.
There's also favorable written testimony on behalf of the Washington County government. Are there any questions for Delegate Wyville and his panelists? Seeing none, thank you, Delegate Wyville.
Thank you.
We have one person here for the unfavorable, Mr. Bob Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bob Douglas, and I represent the wholesalers, licensed beverage distributors of Maryland. And I was pleased to hear the delegate say that they're open to amendments, because we're not opposed to helping the distiller at all. But what we are opposed to is gutting the 3-tier system in order to help that one distiller. So I accept and I welcome the suggestion that we get together and figure out a way to do this so that they have the opportunity to do what they want to do, but at the same time, not have an opening that nobody else has in those other 8 licenses that he talked about. The other 8 have to stay within the 3-tier system. As you all know, that's the manufacturer or the supplier, the wholesaler, and the retailer. And it's that system, which is administered basically by several people in this room, that is regarded as one of the best regulatory systems in the United States. And we don't disagree. We find that it has been fair. It has enabled business to grow. Distillers alone have gone from 1 or 2 in the state to up to, I think it's almost 10 now. And it's been able to flourish under a regulatory system, as I indicated, has been praised and is deemed very effective. So we don't think we have to gut this 3-tier system, the regulatory system, for this one business to survive, but we are willing to figure out a way to give them the same opportunities, the same business opportunities that the other 8 licenses have. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry.
Not a judge yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
Thank you,
we
Mr.
ask for an unfavorable report at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. There's
Thank you.
also written testimony unfavorable from Randy Barnhart. Is there any questions for Mr. Douglas? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. That will conclude the testimony on House Bill 565.
Thank you.
We now move on to Delegate Chi, House Bill 595.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Sure, Matt, I'm going to sit here and copy that.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and colleagues of ECM. Delegate Lily Chi here to present HB 595. HB 595 extends the sunset deadline set by this committee last year to allow Maryland's breweries, wineries, and distilleries to continue to deliver their own products or directly ship to customers. This bill is asking for a 2-year sunset extension from June 30th of this year to June 30th of 2025. This small change will have a big impact on the 275 Maryland businesses that currently produce or manufacture beer, wine, and liquor across the state. Because, as we all know, the pandemic has dramatically changed their business models and customer expectations. Many businesses have since invested tremendously in their infrastructure in terms of trucks and staffing just to meet customer demand. And this ability to directly ship or deliver using their own employees have has sustained their businesses over the past few years. It has been working well, and extending the sunset would make quite a difference in their ability to continue to grow jobs and tax revenue for the state of Maryland. So thank you very much for your favorable consideration. I'll turn it over to my panel.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Brad Rifkin on behalf of Maryland's breweries, wineries, and distilleries here today in support of the bill. Thank you, Delegate Chi, and thank all of you. This committee's done incredible work on this particular issue over the last several sessions, and we're very appreciative. As Delegate Chi mentioned, there are 3 main provisions that we're extending. One is direct shipment using a common carrier like FedEx, UPS. The second is the delivery using your employee only. And the third is the unrestricted off-premise sales that our manufacturers have to consumers. You'll hear from the members of the panel and others in the industry how important these provisions have been for them. They've invested in people, they've invested in infrastructure, and they've met consumers where they're at in 2023. So we're asking to extend those things so that they continue to invest in those lines of revenue. A couple things to note. Direct shipping has been the law of the land since 2011 for Maryland wineries. They're not losing that if this bill doesn't continue. This is treating the alcohol manufacturing tier equitably so that breweries and distilleries have that right. With respect to the off-premise caps, wineries back in 2010, you heard about the Winery Modernization Act, also have unrestricted caps. So this is equitable treatment. You'll hear concerns with respect to things like Granholm and others, and we are very sensitive and understanding of that. And we're willing to get into a room at some point and hash all of this out, but figured in this session with a new administration, turnover in the General Assembly, and frankly, alcohol moving from a different committee over in the Senate and jurisdictional change, that a 2-year sunset extension was the appropriate and prudent way to move forward. But we're happy to have the conversations with our industry colleagues and would respectfully request a favorable report on the bill for the 2-year extension. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Brian Tracy, President of Sagamore Spirit, as well as the Maryland Distillers Guild. And I want to thank you very much for giving us the opportunity today to address these matters and explain to you why it's incredibly important for our businesses to extend these privileges in the sunset for another 2 years. It's been mentioned earlier, but the direct-to-consumer did require a lot of investment. And so there's been a tremendous amount of investment into website integration, software, marketing. We've hired someone specifically for this task. It's also allowed us to build our brand across rural state parts of the state, and has become an important revenue channel for us. And so it would be very detrimental for us to lose that at this stage of the game, as well as really talking about the no bottle limit right now for the distilleries. Our visitation is still down 50% compared to 2019, but yet we've managed to hold price and even grow our brand a little bit within the distillery because of this. That added sales on top of the direct-to-consumer sales has allowed us to navigate supply chain issues. Our bottle price is going up 94% in the last 18 months. Barrel price is going up 80+% in the last 12 months. allows us, though, to have these revenues that are incredibly important, continue to hire, pay people better, navigate wage inflation, has been incredibly important to us, which ultimately really, allows us to hold price at retail, which is beneficial to the consumer, beneficial to the retailer, beneficial to the wholesaler. So we can stay competitive as a very small business compared to large suppliers. And so it's been very important to me. So that's not only on behalf of Sagamore, but really all the distilleries within the state of Maryland that have made these investments. It's very, very important. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jamie Winden. I am the president and founder of Lion Rum Distillery in St. Michael's, Maryland. It's great to be back. It's been a few years since I've sat here in front of you, and I really appreciate everything this committee has always done, and so grateful to Delegate Chi for understanding exactly what we're talking about here. For the last 10 years, I have grown my small business with, quite frankly, an outrageous amount of hustle. I've always been willing to do whatever it takes to grow and to thrive. And over the last 3 years, that's meant really navigating some new issues and opportunities in a changing environment, and especially, as we mentioned, with new consumer expectations and demands. We launched a very robust home delivery business, notoriously serving our customers across the state from the Eastern Shore and delivering our small batch rums directly to their door. More often than not, what that means is that we're traveling to far-flung regions where we are not on the shelves of liquor stores, because the vast majority of stores do work with Lion Rum, and we're grateful for that. But what this allows us to do is to continue to grow our brand. So as Brian was mentioning, we have upgraded our online presence, streamlined ordering, purchased 2 very attractive rum vans, and we've made 2,398 home deliveries since this started. And that means we've checked 2,398 IDs when we've delivered our rum responsibly to our customers. And so what this has really done, for me especially, is it allows me to impress and satisfy Maryland customers, because it's all about continuing to impress. 10 years I've been doing this, which isn't a long time, but it's a decade, and that's meaningful. So what this has also done is boost our sales across every channel. So this isn't just about direct sales, it's about growing the whole industry. But thank you, and I implore you to support this legislation.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Denise Johnson. I am the president of the Maryland Wineries Association. I am also the owner of Philosophy Winery and Vineyard. Since 2018, we have been able, the wineries have been able, well, since 2018, we opened Philosophy Winery. We've been able to direct-to-consumer sell. Direct-to-consumer sales has been a great benefit to my small business, and I think it would be very helpful for the entire beverage industry to have the ability to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Chi or her panel? Seeing none, thank you, Delegate Chi, and thank you for your testimony.
And Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but Julie Barati wanted to be here. She had to leave, so.
Oh,
just wanted
okay,
to
I
put
was
that
getting
down.
ready to
She'll
call.
send a note to the committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Matthew Boley, in favor?
I'm good.
You're good, okay. All right, we will move on to the opposition and call you all at the same time. Mr. Steve Wise, Mr. Jack Malani, and Mr. Nick Manis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Steve Wise on behalf of the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association. This is the retail tier of the industry. We're here opposed to the bill for a few reasons. As was mentioned by the proponents, this bill was introduced during COVID as a way to help the state's manufacturers deal with the fact that people couldn't come to their facilities, just like we couldn't go to bars and restaurants. And it was made temporary for that reason. The state of emergency related to COVID is ending in May. This bill would extend it through 2025. We think this is just another step towards trying to make it permanent, which we thought was the goal, frankly, from the start. but it's becoming more apparent as each year goes by and each time they come and ask to extend it. Direct ship has always posed problems, whether it's by Maryland manufacturers or others. As was discussed earlier, there is just not the ability to enforce underage sales when a UPS driver is dropping off a box at a front step in the same way that there is with brick and mortar stores. All of you are familiar with stings that are associated with brick and mortar stores. There's very few, if any, of those done for deliveries made to homes. The other reason we're strongly opposed to this is you hear this thrown around a lot in the legislature that something's unconstitutional. I haven't seen anything that is more clearly unconstitutional than this bill. There is a Supreme Court case that says you cannot treat in-state manufacturers differently than out-of-state manufacturers. This bill gives shipping only to in-state manufacturers. It is unconstitutional. The only reason we haven't been sued over it is because it's temporary. The longer you extend it, the more you invite that lawsuit. And we don't want every manufacturer going around the three-tier system from across the country and shipping. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Jack Malani, Legislative Chair, also co-owner of Monahan's Pub in Woodlawn. Just one of the things I have been talking about with some of the folks I've talked to is we have a situation now where a manufacturer has greater retail privilege than a retailer. If I have a delivery in Baltimore County with permission from my board, I can make it, but I got to stop at the Patapsco River. I can't go into Ellicott City. We all agreed at the beginning that this was a great tool to get people through COVID. We were very, very cognizant of saying to the legislature, those of you who were here, that we suspect this is going to be extended and extended and extended. And, you know, it happened. We're not surprised by this. But we think we have to look at the fact that they're talking about 2,400 deliveries. Well, when you break that down, it may not be a lot for one manufacturer. But we're looking at members of ours who have people who shop in their stores, and they'll say, how come you don't buy brand X from me anymore? And they'll say, well, I don't have to. They'll ship it to my house. And it's like, we're supposed to be the retail. We don't have a problem. You know, we went along with this during COVID. We all, and to your credit, you folks did a lot of things to keep our members in business during COVID. But we're afraid that this is becoming just a ploy to extend it. I mean, I know they talk about equipment and buying vans. Well, that's a business decision. If I have a temporary opportunity, maybe I lease vans or maybe I don't buy the vans. You know, you make a decision in business and you have to live with it. And we think it's very unfair that we allow manufacturers to have greater retail privileges than retailers. So for those reasons, we're going to ask for an unfavorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Nick Manis here representing the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. And some of the breweries are customers of ours and we have great relationships with. However, as was stated prior, that this was temporary in nature. Matter of fact, this committee originally had the privilege expiring on December 22nd. If you remember, then you extended it to June of 2023, really to come in the same program as the restaurant. I don't see the restaurants here today, so that parity doesn't need to take place for that reason. You've given the breweries a lot of flexibility and opportunity with the Maryland Beverage Act that you passed a few years ago. Gave them all new privileges as far as how much they could distribute, how much they could manufacture, not being susceptible to the franchise agreement. So there's all those things that you've already provided to them. In addition, as Steve said, the constitutionality of it. This will be challenged. It will be challenged by the people that are a major customer of ours, the big suppliers. If they don't have to come in here and go through the distributor and go through a retailer, and they can ship directly to you, they will do that. So for these reasons, we oppose the extension.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Chi.
And I appreciate this panel of friendly disagreement, disagreeing gentlemen. Thank you. It's always great to see you. I welcome the discussion and debate. So my first question is about the constitutionality. Over the past 3 years, has anyone actually brought up this issue and challenged us?
No, and can I elaborate on that? And I think the reason for that is this was done in a number of states on a temporary basis. And I think the cost-benefit analysis that anybody would do before bringing a lawsuit like that would say, well, look, this is going to take me 2 years to litigate and a lot of money. And, you know, that they probably decided not worth it at that time. Now you've got another 2-year extension, and sure, could you make the same argument? They're not going to do it this time either. Maybe. But I think everybody sees where it's going. The effort is to ultimately make it permanent. And somebody's going to bring that case, and I don't see any way the state defends this law.
Okay, thank you for your response. My bill only deals with 2-year extensions, so I wouldn't entertain the rest of the scenario. And if I may follow up on my thoughts, do any of you represent distributors?
I represent the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Distributors.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen. And that will conclude the testimony on House Bill 595. We will now move on to Delegate Boyce, House Bill 938, Class A licensed food retailers. Bring your panel up with you, Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good early afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Economic Matters Alcohol Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Regina T. Boyce, here presenting HB 938, Alcohol Beverages, Class A licensed food retailers. The bill authorizes a food retailer to offer to purchase an existing Class A license from a Class A license holder. The bill also authorizes a food retailer to apply to a local licensing board for a Class A license. So essentially, the bill creates a process for Class A license sales and transfers without renewing or creating new Class A license. Of course, there are certain provisions put in the bill should community or someone want to attract or retain a certain business can do so through potentially a petitioning process. But essentially, the bill HB 93 honors local courtesy and the 23 jurisdictions of local liquor boards, including, of course, Baltimore City and the city of Annapolis, that issue and enforce alcohol beverages sales. So one of the good things about this bill, it defines food retailer as an establishment that sells at least 5 specific categories of food items to include, of course, fresh fruits and vegetables, fresh and uncooked meats, poultries and seafoods, dairy products, canned goods, foods, frozen foods, and dry groceries and baked goods. The store also must accept SNAP or Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program benefits, have a minimum of 3,200 square feet, and have a primary entrance at least 300 feet away from a place of worship or school, at 100 feet away from any residential property unless otherwise specified. Certainly grants the food retailer that is located less than 3,000 feet from a Class A license holder to, gives them the ability to offer for purchase a Class A license from a license holder that for fair market value. The bill sets up essentially what fair market value is between 2 individuals. And so we hope that you would look at this and consider it. As you know, 46 states already allow for the sale of beer and wine, and certainly Maryland currently has 29 of these kind of grandfathered grocery, pharmacy, and convenience stores with licenses. Study after study continues to show that individuals would like to be able to buy beer and wine in retail establishments, noting that in other places where this is happening or has happening, it's been a benefit and not necessarily at all a decrease in other retailers or liquor or packaged establishments. So we would ask you to look at this once again and ask for your favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the House Economic Matters Committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association. And we actually manage the Maryland Alcohol Choice Coalition, where over the past 3 years, over 52,000 Maryland residents have signed up in support of allowing chains to sell beer and wine. And they've contacted their elected officials to change the law. I'm sure many of you have heard from them. Polls throughout the years overwhelmingly show support for this issue, and upwards of 80% in some areas of our state. I submitted to you all an economic development study about the impact of selling beer and wine and food retail. I'm glad to answer questions about that. But I want to go back to the fact that this bill limits licenses by allowing food retailers to purchase an existing license, which will address oversaturation and additional health concern issues that have been brought up. A caveat was left in this bill because when we spoke to elected officials, some shared with us that they have areas with oversaturation. And they want to be able to attract food retail stores if a license couldn't be procured via this law. 46 states allow for the sale of beer and wine and food retail. And I did reach out to the most recent states that have made changes to their law because I thought that bringing those numbers would be really relevant to the committee. Colorado and Tennessee have seen package store license increases since changing their laws. And in Pennsylvania, nothing has changed. They've remained steady. We truly believe that this bill gets to the heart of the major issues that have come up over time. And I just want to reiterate that this bill does not compel local boards or package stores to do anything should they not want to. And so we urge a favorable report, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Delegate Boyce and Ms. Locklear? Delegate Adams.
Thank you. And Kaylee, we've talked at length about the bill, and we've had bills of similar variety in years past. But Delegate Boyce, the bill is tough because as a small business owner myself, and not everything cuts the same way, obviously different industries, but when I see a bill like this, I look and think about the small businesses in my community that I would, by nature, want to stand and support. And my question goes to what I'm sort of seeing, like with organizations like CVS Pharmacy, because I'm seeing grocery items being sold in a pharmacy, so to speak, and that's not a small grocery store. That's a major organization that would, I think, look at a bill like this and say, well, maybe we didn't get 100% of what we wanted this year, but you might imagine on Alcohol Bill Day in 2025 or 2026, we might take a bill, should this pass, and come back and say, well, look, we already passed the bill, now we're trying to expand application. And I worry about the small businesses, and I'm just curious your thoughts about how this bill, should it pass over time, how would it affect them? And I'm trying to present this question respectfully because I hear from consumers who are saying that, but just wanted your thoughts as the sponsor.
So Delegate, it's a great question, and what I hear you saying is that what stops a store right now that kind of is already feels like variety stores from expanding and serving, like selling a lot of this stuff to then be in a position to get a Class A license. And I would say, back to the point, is that suppose they decide to buy the small business license, right? They pay $1 million for it. No problem. Guess what? They still have to be approved by the local liquor board. And that liquor board can say, actually, no, we don't want it. And they would be out of $1 million, and that small business would go into retirement and be happy. And so, especially when we think about like Baltimore City, just because you buy a license from someone in a place where we do have a moratorium on licenses, it doesn't guarantee that you can actually transfer that license to the location that you want. And so I feel like in that way, it is an extra protection for exactly what you're speaking of.
Yes.
Because, I think our liquor board in the city is pretty good at looking at that and be able to see that and say, actually, no.
Yeah, so we have in Wacomico County, one of the grocery stores that were grandfathered in, so I have experience. It's one of my more enjoyable places to go grocery shopping. But they have a tendency to be category killers in some respects. What I mean to say is their selection, the pricing strategies that they use are appealing for many people, but for me that remembers that there's a similar business within a quarter mile on a Saturday late morning as my wife and I are shopping. If we're going to get a couple bottles of Chateau Saint Michel Riesling, for example, you know, it's something I like. There's a place I like to go to buy that. That's where I like. So I guess what I'm saying is, by way of trying to ask the question, at the end of the day, the three-tiered system for me is one of the most difficult and challenging aspects of anything we do in the legislature, to be honest with you. Some of these can be very controversial, and they don't cut down the normal lines of sand because you have to go back and recognize why the three-tiered system exists, and it is protectionist for small businesses, and that's kind of my concern with a bill like this, notwithstanding what I know consumers are saying. So I just thought I would have that much to. Yeah, of course, please.
Just maybe a couple of points there, and I can't help but, you know, so there's 29 grandfathered in stores across the state. You have licenses found in grocery and pharmacy, actually right here at the Walgreens, if anybody's ever stopped in there, that's a full license right there. And then you have some licenses grandfathered in convenience stores. One of the things I always just like to point out, because it's immediate to all of us, is look at how many package stores are around here and they're still surviving near somebody with a license. So to your point in your community, I mean, and on the shore, there are quite a few licenses that are grandfathered in, yet package stores survive. And, you know, I think a big part of that has to do with when you're looking for a different experience, when you want recommendations, when you want to have that, you know, something different, you're gonna go visit a package store. And that's called competition. And that's what you have to do to compete. And that's what's happening in 46 other states right now.
Thank you, and I appreciate the answers.
Yeah, I was going to, Delegate, going to follow up to your point. You know, I'm in a neighborhood in Baltimore City that used to have a Rite Aid that had the liquor store, and it was one of the things when I moved to Baltimore City, I was just like, I don't understand why this is so. You know, I vowed to fight it, but then I end up using it because what ended up happening is I have to be at a party. I forgot to get wine. I can go get something that just does well, and I can make way with it. When I really want to buy something, I go to those establishments that I know that have the variety and the brands that I want. So,
yeah, I sincerely thank you for your answers.
No, you're quite welcome.
Interesting bill. Thank you.
Delegate Pippy, then Delegate Ahrens.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Delegate Boyce. Good to see you.
Always good to see you.
Good friend from the city. So bringing up chain stores and grocery stores in ECM is somewhat of a controversial topic, as you can imagine. One of the things I heard earlier, not to piggyback on what Delegate Adams said, was the first question I had is, would this be applicable to like 7-Elevens and such? And it seems like it would, because a lot of these large chain organizations do meet the limited scope of food requirements in this bill, right? Obviously. But the second part deals with a local jurisdiction's right to deny a license. And one of the provisions of the bill gives, obviously there's a portion for judicial review, but more importantly, a 7-Eleven group, right, or a large retailer could make an offer to a Class A establishment. It could be a ridiculous offer.
Sure.
Or it could be a moderately okay offer or somewhere in between. The offer rejects, or the Class A rejects it, and then obviously there's a review period, but if you scroll down to page, looks like page 4 of the bill, it says that an application for a Class A beer wine license is presumed to be in the best interest of the community and may not be denied for any reason other than a reason traditionally considered by local licensing board. So what that does to me is it literally removes the discretion that a local licensing board has to deny a license. And so what you have is you have a scenario where 7-Eleven offers to buy mom and pop Class A store, they say no, or they're off on the numbers a little bit, and then 7-Eleven can just go to the licensing board and get the same license, and the liquor board can't turn them down unless there's some sort of exigent circumstances that would make them not qualified to get a license, like maybe the licensee is a felon or something like that. But outside of that, I mean, this really just kind of opens it up to
Sure.
large retailers and grocery stores.
I would say the first word is presumed, right? Presumed to be in the interest of the community. Because in your same scenario, you know, I'm talking to someone, they think they gave me a good faith, fair market value. I don't think so. They think they do. They take it to the liquor board, and I could still be someone, a part of that kind of review to say that they did not. And so I think, you know, it's still all brought to the face of the board to then make that determination. And so it feels like, it sounds like then I can say, yeah, I offered you $1 million and you didn't want to take it. Well, maybe I don't want $1 million and I'm not selling per se. They think it's in good faith, maybe because they thought the dollar amount was high enough, but I don't think it's in good faith because I'm not looking to sell.
And it was already issued. The other thing I'd add is they already issued that license. They are buying a license within 3,000 square feet of them. I understand the point that you're making, and I think we'd be glad to look at an amendment there.
Absolutely.
I mean, what we're trying to do here is make it so that the local liquor board can make that determination. We truly want there to be local courtesy here. We think that's important. We know there are some jurisdictions that may not want to do this. And I think the bill, we'd like to reflect that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Delegate, if you feel like that needs to change, I'm certainly willing to work with you in that. And also, really going back to the point is that, especially when I think about Baltimore City, I'm not trying to create new licenses. Hopefully, we can just, in a sustainable way, use what's already available.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Get us out of here before midnight, but I got a couple questions.
Thank you. Midnight was my goal. Thank you.
I came from judiciary. Doesn't bother me.
Oh, darn. I guess you got to know your opponent here. I guess my big questions come down, and we've had this discussion over the years. Kaylee, you mentioned something about grandfathered. We've had the three-tiered system in Maryland for as long as I can possibly remember. And our business models, and I'm speaking for local business right now, and I'm sure you speak for them on a lot of occasions, but I really don't think you're helping them with this in the sense that these are local package stores or liquor stores, whatever you want to call them. And in my county alone, I have 3 grocery stores in my county. Each one has a package store almost attached.
Sure.
And I ask this only because we talk about building this thing and giving it to grocery stores. And maybe a good question would be, how many grocery stores are actually headquartered in Maryland? Let's take
As
Safeway.
in like all the chains?
Yeah, the chains. Safeway's not here.
I don't have that information.
Giant, none of them are in here. I know they provide jobs, but we're taking jobs and family businesses, and we're going to hurt them to some degree. And you may not say we will because it's working in certain counties, but they have been established the way, let's take Talbot County. They have been established this way for quite some time. So they know where their package stores can exist and where they can't exist. And in my county, that can't happen because you will destroy some. And I don't argue that point, but I also look at the criteria for something like this and say, you know, we don't have the controls. I was in a grocery store yesterday shopping, and I can't tell you how many people were drinking something that they were buying. And that doesn't mean that somebody's going to stop that. I just think the ability for something like this to be abused at a child level is phenomenal, because when I was a kid,
at a what level?
At a child level.
Okay.
Child level. When I was younger, I used to be able to go into my local A&P, and I used to drink cartons of chocolate milk. And I know people are supposed to be watching. I just think these bills are kind of dangerous based on this. And again, we're allowing more and more of this alcohol to be made readily available. And I just think it hurts businesses in general, small businesses who I represent.
Thank you for that, you know, that statement. It's certainly fair, and I would argue that the same issues can happen now. The person drinking at the bar and stumbling out onto the street. In our city, for instance, BD7 license, you know, you open at 6, you close at 2. So people start drinking at 6:01. I think they pose somewhat of the same issues. I don't think having more, you know, whether I'm having a drink at a bar and restaurant versus going to the brewery, it's available and accessible. Again, what I like about this bill is that given your local liquor board rules, given your local zoning, right? You know, you buy a liquor license and you're not even zoned potentially to have this license. So you spent the money and you probably won't be able to transfer the license to a location of your choice. And so I think those measures really put this in play, in that those who may think that it's an open market would be sadly surprised, because it would still be left up to the local jurisdiction.
I might have misrepresented. I was talking about children, not adults. That's fine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm glad to respond to that just very briefly, if I may. We're not creating new licenses here. We've listened to the committee about opening this up and creating new licenses. So we are not in any way trying to expand access or exposure. So let me start there, and there are different models in different states to shield children if that's a concern. I respect the statements that you made about job loss, but it's just not a reality. And that's why we did that economic study. In Colorado, before beer licenses changed, they had 1587 stores. Now they have 1603. In Tennessee, in 2016, when they added wine, they had less than 600 package stores. Now they have 740. In Pennsylvania, after 2016, nothing changed. So the facts aren't matching up exactly with what the concern is. And that's why we did that research, because we wanted to say, listen, there's economic studies showing that jobs are going to be created. And that's what's happened in other states.
I would argue that just because I've not experienced that. I know what my package stores look like, and I walk in and I see 3 or 4 people working there. When I go to a grocery store at, say, Florida, I'm lucky to find someone to talk to about a bottle of wine when I walk around the aisles and stuff like that. So there's nobody, I would argue them, and I don't want to get into that because numbers are numbers, and I think we can make them up the best way we want. But I just don't see those numbers being real in my world, and that's my experience based in my district. But thank you for the information.
Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you, Delegate Boyce. Ms. Locklear. We will move on to the other favorables. We have several. Some are virtual, but we will deal with the virtual last. When I call your name, please come up to the table. Victoria Ziegler, Robert Enton, Shelby Kemp, and Ellen Valentino. And someone, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. I am Victoria Ziegler, a resident of Annapolis, testifying in support of House Bill 938. I do not represent any organization, and I'm speaking based on my personal interest in wine and beer sales. And I have absolutely no personal or financial ties to any grocery or liquor stores in any fashion. I wanted to speak today to emphasize the fact that your residents want this. Your constituents want this. The polls are very clear that a vast majority of Maryland residents are interested in wine and beer sales at grocery stores. And the data in some pre-pandemic polls suggested about 3/4 of residents. What interested me and why I felt it was important to speak is that I am a senior, a retiree. A lot of people have the perception, I think, that this is an issue of interest to young people, but the data doesn't show that. There were strong pre-pandemic numbers in support from seniors, and in the post-pandemic study that I've seen, the seniors number is actually pushed up into the 70th percentile of support on this, and it makes sense post-pandemic. People are interested in convenience of one-stop shopping, where they're not being exposed to a lot of possibilities, and our inflation and gas prices and the like has a big impact on our seniors. I hope you will take into account that your residents want this. I understand the impact or the perceived impact by small business packaged goods, but the data seems to suggest that other states that have made this change does not substantially impact small businesses. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Shelby Kemp, and I am here representing Royal Farms Convenience Stores. We are a fourth-generation family-run business headquartered in Baltimore, Maryland. We have 172 locations in Maryland, and we employ almost 4,000 employees. We would like the opportunity to offer the full array of products that our customers want to purchase from a convenience store. We're only looking to sell small quantities of beer and wine due to our limited space. We don't see ourselves as taking away sales from liquor or upscale beer and wine. We ask for a favorable vote for House Bill 938. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Ellen Valentino, and I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Distributors Association and some of our members, our trademarks that have been mentioned here today, as well as family-owned businesses. And I know this has been an issue that's been before this committee since the beginning of time, since I started here. But times are changing, just like our industry is changing. And we have become the beacons in the night from a grocery store perspective. Our stores have gone from just selling, when I was young, a certain small products to being the ones that are going into communities where there's a void of a larger grocery store. Most of them now, can I strike the word most? Many of them are now SNAP recipients and offering a full host of benefits to the community. As you look over the next year or so into changing this market, we just want to be able to compete. And we're not asking for new licenses, correct? We're asking if this is the route in order to not expand a whole host of new licenses, us being able to compete in our specific county for a license that may become available. So, we hope that we are part of the discussion as you move forward in the next a couple of months or in the next couple of years, because again, I think everything has changed about how people shop and where they shop. And we consider ourselves a great asset to communities where we operate. And we hope that you consider a favorable report on this matter. Thank you.
Any questions, Delegate Howard?
Because it's easy to support something, and then when you get down to question 3 or question 4, watch that support wane drastically when question 3 is, if you know this will have a detrimental effect to local businesses, would you still support this initiative? So it's easy to support, hey, wouldn't this be great on question 1, but by the time you get to question 3 or question 4, you can see support wane. So I'd not only like to see the poll, and I'd like it be distributed to the community, but I'd like to see the questions that were asked in that poll as well. Thank you.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Chair. So to my friend at Royal Farm, I'm a customer. I also know that Wawa and you have some heroic, epic competition when it comes to locations. So I'm just going to observe that and ask you the question. Are you familiar with what a loss leader is in your business model?
Yes.
Okay. And for the committee, could you explain what a loss leader is?
A product that we wouldn't make, that we would offer for customers to come inside the store, but wouldn't sell a lot of.
Well, you'd sell it at a loss, and you would do it to undercut the market in order to get people to the front door. That's a loss leader.
Well, yeah, I don't think we'd sell anything for a loss.
If you, okay, you're the business that has come to the committee, and you have the bill, and I remain exceedingly concerned about how businesses like you have the ability to dominate a market. I use the phrase with a grocery store, and I actually forget the phrase, but I know when I walk into that grocery store, that there is a market dominance that it's display, and they surely are selling bottles of wine that it's a commodity, right? It's a commodity. It's the same bottle I can buy elsewhere. at a, if not at a loss, surely cheaper than what I normally see on an average basis. But my question goes to how you compete in the marketplace when your competition isn't the grocery store, it's your primary competitor that I see in the marketplace. And that if we get into a strategy where we start to expand the things that you sell to encourage people to come to your store, you can't but say, I got to win that competition so I can sell the gas, so I can sell the Pepsi, so I can sell the peanuts, so I can sell the chicken sandwiches. And the loss leader conversation, and I'll give you, your last word on this because I think it's important. Loss leader is a strategy to knock competition out. That's why you do it. You do it to dominate the marketplace because you can financially afford to, and that's my point for bringing that up.
All right, thank you. We wouldn't sell it at a loss. I think we want to sell it because it's there for customers to purchase, not because we want to get them into the store for something else. We want to have the ability to sell beer and wine,
Okay.
Any other questions for these panelists? Seeing none, thank you, ladies, for your testimony. I'm going to call one more time. Is Bob Enton here? Bob Enton. Okay. SOL. We're going to move on to the virtual favorable. We'll start with John Ford.
Hi, I'm here. I'm
Go ahead,
sorry,
Mr. Ford.
it took me a minute to turn on my mic because I was muted. My name is John Ford. I'm a resident of Chevy Chase, Maryland. I'm 70 years old. I'm mostly retired. I work somewhat. My wife and I shop for beer and wine regularly, mostly in the district in Virginia because it's not really convenient to do it in Maryland. In Maryland, we are not able to go to a grocery store or any other sort of chain store and shop for items in addition to beer and wine. We have to make the 2 stops. That costs us time and gas and money. And at 70 years old, I'm not sure I have that much time left. So I'd like to ask for your favorable approval of this House bill to make it more convenient for consumers, to give us more choice, and to introduce more price competition. You'll hear a lot of people who are in the business right now saying, "Oh no, don't make us compete. We'll go fold under." That doesn't happen. That's what you hear, and I've been a businessman. That's what you hear from people who don't want to compete with somebody else. Of course they don't want to compete, but that's no reason to force consumers into an inconvenient way of living. And Maryland is grossly inconvenient in this respect compared to most of the other states in the union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Any questions for Mr. Ford? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ford, for your testimony. We'll now move on to another virtual, Mr. Mark Lotman.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Lotman, and I'm an individual not representing anybody except myself. My comments are addressed to the progressives on this committee and in the legislature overall. You folks, you often promote policies that help the environment, reduce fossil fuels, and to empower the underrepresented demographics. I myself am not a progressive, but I certainly subscribe to those policy goals. Well, here is your chance to make a dent towards realizing those objectives. All of us in Maryland, we have to make that special trip to the beer and wine shops. And when we do that, we're sitting there, we're generating exhaust and fossil fuels, and we're burning up the atmosphere, and it's unnecessary. That's number one. But maybe even more important, the underrepresented demographics that you folks seek to empower, do they have the time to make that extra trip? Can they afford to make the extra trip? Can they, if there's an accident on the road, and we've all been in one to one degree or another, can they afford to take the time off work? Can they afford to get the medical care, the legal care, and on and on and on? Those are the people that are suffering most from this monopolistic policy of forcing all of us to do something for the benefit of a few. Small business owners, I love you all. but you are taking advantage of us through the force of law. I urge a favorable vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lotman. Any questions for this panelist? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll have Sierra Jones. Okay, no Sierra Jones. Our last virtual is Mr. Adam Borden. Okay. No, Mr. Adam Borden. All righty, we will now move on to the opposition. When I call your name, if you could all come up to the table. We have Dr. Ramey Eck, Mr. Steve Wise, Jack Milani, Kim Lawson, and Ashish Parikh, Nick Manis, Dan Hughes, and Blaze Miller. If you can't all fit, we'll at some point. We'll start with Dr. Eck.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Pleased to be with you all today. Dr. Ramey Eck, Maryland Public Health Association. I'm used to being one of the people in the room who states that expanding access is not the end goal of alcohol regulation, but just a reminder, I have to say it again. And really, alcohol is not a convenience product. I've heard that word tossed around several times, and I just remind us that it is not. Just like tobacco and cannabis, we have strong regulatory structures because of the X, Y, and Z that we've already been through. I'd also like to say that national surveys from the Center for Alcohol Policy indicate the majority of people are actually satisfied with their access to alcohol. 85% are satisfied by the system of regulation. 88% are satisfied with the selection of products available. 7 in 10 report that regulations are just right compared to too lenient or too strict. And 76% report the number of places to purchase alcohol is just right. So just addressing some of those access issues. Grocery stores are not in the business of selling alcohol. We know that liquor stores are more consistent in checking IDs and protecting underage youth from accessing it. And off-premise stores do not actually allow entry by those who are under 21 in many places, which provides an extra layer of protection when they're not even going to be there. We know that issuing licenses like this could lead to a massive increase. I think it's telling that Royal Farms is always one of the groups that is here saying that they would like to see this bill passed, even in its different iterations of the bill. Also, 7-Elevens, Highs, gas stations, Costco, Sam's, every grocery retail chain, research consistently demonstrates an increasing alcohol and outlet density, especially for off-premise outlets like what we're talking about, is associated with an increase of number of harms. Very costly. It costs Maryland over $5 billion a year annually, which about 40% is responsible, the government is responsible for. And in terms of pricing, chain stores are generally able to absorb a lower cost of alcohol, which can lead to increased levels of consumption and harms, and also an inability for smaller retailers to be able to compete with the lower prices because it is their only product as opposed to being one of many products. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Steve?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve Wise on behalf of the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association. I'm going to talk big picture for a moment, and then I'll talk about the bill. This General Assembly spends an awful lot of time trying to figure out how do we help small business get a foothold in Maryland and keep them here. You have an entire industry, a lot of representatives of which are right in the room today, of small businesses. By definition, alcohol retailers are small businesses. This bill, no matter whether it's packaged as it has been in years past as food deserts, or a way to address food deserts, or this year as a buyout, it all goes to the same place. And to Delegate Adams' point, this year's bill does this, but the track record of the supermarkets and chain stores in other states is clear. They start with something, and they want to go to where they have control, and there are no independents left. That's the way they operate. And that's exactly what this bill begins. You heard it said that this bill does not compel licenses to do anything. Actually, it does. As the scenario was laid out by Delegate Pippy, all that a supermarket has to do with this bill is make a low to moderate offer to a neighboring package store. That then allows them, as soon as that package store says no, as they should, to go to the liquor board and get a new license. So to say that this doesn't create new licenses is not a fair reflection. It does, because that's exactly what's going to happen. What does the small business owner get in return for that? They have to go to court to stop it. That's what the bill says. That's not a scenario that Mr. Milani or Ms. Lawson or Mr. Parikh want to wake up to on any given day. So for that reason, we ask you for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jack Milani, Legislative Chair, Maryland State Licensed Beverage. In my county, in Baltimore County, we have talked to our delegation and we ask them a question. Pick any commercial street, road in your district and imagine that every convenience store, every chain store, anybody who does some grocery could have a license, and think about it. And I know that when we do this, it's a totally different opinion because I've done it at parties with my own neighbors. I picked Route 40 in Ellicott City, and when they realized how many places would be open to get licensed, they're like, well, that might not be such a great idea because that's a lot of alcohol availability. My wife used to be the substance abuse coordinator in Baltimore County for years, so we've kind of been on different sides of the fence at times. But her thing is that when you're dealing with alcohol, it's not about convenience. It's supposed to be regulated. It's supposed to be more difficult to get. And I don't think that opening it up is good for anyone other than outside interests. Mr. Wise talked about if someone makes an offer to me and I say no, I got to go to circuit court on my own dime to defend it. Or else they could just go in and get a license from the board and be right next to where I was. Because I would be, the key word was, because if they got that license, I'm not going to compete. Heck, I'd have to pay guys like Steve. I don't know if I could afford him when you have the chain store lawyers. I mean, you're setting up the small guys for a horrible situation here. And if this is truly a state that cares about small business, which, again, during the pandemic, you guys really came through and you were great to small business. And I just hope everyone remembers that the small guys don't have a chance when you get that kind of deal where I have to go to circuit court and defend myself for turning down an offer, or else they get a new license from the board. You know, I know we're going to be upside down on that. Thank you.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes, thank you. My business is Fish Paul's Marketplace. I'm a third-generation retailer in Anne Arundel County, which dates back to 1935. We employ between 20 and 25 people. We offer benefits, paid time off, IRR plan. We pay our employees way over minimum wage. A couple notes. We donate over $10,000 a year to charities. I'm on a board at the local hospital, and every time they go to a big corporate person, they generally get so much red tape that they get nothing for their donations. We donate an awful lot of money to local charities. Also, as was mentioned earlier, when you're in states that have grocery, as they have very few SKUs. Your limitation for the consumer is terrible. The choices you have, it just takes the selection down to nothing. I was in Florida just recently, and all the pricing was either higher than my pricing, and what was available was a lot less, and I saw absolutely no small business liquor stores. The other thing, as you can see, is a lot of these convenience stores, grocery stores are all adding self-serve checkout, which is less employees. They're not probably going to be checking ID as thoroughly as we do. We have a cashier, an actual person who looks at the ID, makes sure it's valid. Also, these grocery stores are not going to have employed 20 to 25 people if they take over a licensee. They're going to maybe have one person to stock the shelves. They aren't going to add cashiers, so we're not going to add jobs. We're not going to have employees like mine are going to be unemployed because they're going to be taken over by the grocery store. I really ask you please to oppose this bill and support small local business versus large corporate business. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Parikh?
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair and all the members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Ashish Parikh, and I'm from Carroll County, Cranberry Liquors in Maryland. I, along with my 9 employees, respectfully oppose this bill and will request you all to Many of the things were already highlighted by my friends over here, but I'm going to put another story. Like me, many immigrants come every year to this country, to this great country with a dream, living an American dream. And this small business infrastructure really helps us a lot because sometimes you come at an age where you don't have a chance to go to college and study further to get a better jobs. So when we come here, we are left out with one industry, which is family-owned small business like a liquor store. I started my career 21 years ago, and today I'm here because thanks to all of you in the past who have voted against the similar bills, and I'm still surviving, managing a liquor store for this many years. And same dreams everybody has when they come to this country. So I would sincerely request, because we work 70 to 80 hours a week to survive in this country, to make sure our kids get better education and we are able to live the decent life. Apart from this, the money what we borrowed when we buy this business, it's not easy to pay back. For that, we have to work hard. We do work hard to make sure the local laws are followed, local liquor board rules and regulations are followed. But apart from that, we have to pay back this money. We signed the lease where everything is put on hook. We cannot leave the lease in middle of something and walk away with leaving the store empty. So basically, we are putting everything of our life on this hook, and I would appreciate if you would consider the other side of the. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Parikh. Are there questions for Delegate Rose?
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here for your presentation. The gentleman from Carroll County, that's my district, and I know right where your store is. There are a lot. You're right next to a giant food supermarket, correct?
Absolutely, ma'am.
And I had another liquor store owner tell me he is next to a Safeway, right next door to a Safeway, a little further up the road from you. He had a conversation with his landlord who said that if this bill would pass, that he would not renew his lease for his liquor store. Is that something that you have heard of, or is that something, I don't even know if that's legal, but is that something that would concern you?
I am 100% not sure about the legal part of it, but yes, I would be concerned about it because I would be losing my business at the age of 50 with zero value. I have invested 21 years of my life to make sure I have a better retirement benefits and my kids get education. Now kids are coming to college next 2-3 years, and I would be completely wiped off. I would not have any money to pay their fees even.
And just as I'm mentally going up Route 140, pretty much every grocery store has a liquor store, privately owned liquor store, pretty much either next door or maybe 2 doors down. Would you say that's pretty fair?
Absolutely, that's throughout the state of Maryland, yes.
So the great inconvenience of not being able to buy beer and wine in a grocery store really doesn't add up if all you have to do is take a few steps to go next door.
Exactly, and everybody wants to be healthy nowadays. They want to add more steps.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Thank you very much.
Nicely done, Mr. Parikh. Vice Chair Crosby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually have a similar line of questions as Delegate Rose. Steve, this is probably best for you. I know we've discussed it, but similar to the gentleman on the end, he is in a shopping center, I assume, with a Giant, which is the anchor store in there. So they probably have all sorts of clauses in their lease, and one of them is going to be the exclusivity clause. So when they get a license, it's not only do they take a license off somebody else and put it in there, but then now once they have the license, the exclusivity clause means they're going to be the only ones in that shopping center that will be able to sell beer and wine. And so I'm just curious, Steve, how many of the businesses that you represent actually have or are subjected to one of those clauses, because they're going to be immediately put out if this thing goes through?
The number is obviously difficult to say, but to your point, the anchor tenant in almost all of those scenarios is the supermarket. And the anchor tenant drives what is contained in the leases of all the other businesses. One of those is an exclusivity clause. And typically, they will give Mr. Parikh, for example, a clause that says, you're going to be our alcohol person. But many of those clauses say, if and until the law changes, at which time you are no longer our exclusive person because the supermarket is going to be our person. And the next step to that is what he just said. That lease is not being renewed because the anchor tenant runs the show.
Yeah, if you could get me a number, that would be super helpful, just because that's probably the ones that are most at risk. So like right off the top, there's
100%.
probably who gets run out the
100.
quickest. And, you know, the nonsense of I'm driving to Virginia to save gas and time and everything else. I mean, I don't know where that came from. I mean, I know he's in a walk in a park, but that was ridiculous. So I appreciate it, Steve.
Madam Chair, can I just, I think I mentioned this to you, but we had a lot of people that wanted to testify. And I know that this committee is here on President's Day. It's the chairman's birthday. It's Delegate Rogers' birthday. So we kept it to 2 panels. But if you would allow us just to have the retailers that are here stand to be recognized, we would appreciate that. And
I was going to do that anyway,
Okay,
but
great.
you
Thank
beat me to the punch. So would the retailers who are here in opposition please show yourselves? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your patience, retailers. We still have 3 in opposition, Nick Manis, Dan Hughes, and Blaze Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nick Manis here on behalf of the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. And although the sponsor is a good friend, I have to be in disagreement with her on this issue. So I've been down here a long time too, like my good friend Ellen. And when I first started in '91, Barry Shear used to be here with Giant Food. And he would testify that in order for Giant to expand in the state of Maryland, they needed a beer and wine license. Well, I think Giant's still here. Then we've heard from different entities like Whole Foods. I think they're here now without a liquor beer license. You have Wegmans, you have Trader Joe's, you have Harris Teeter, you have Sprouts, you have Gourmet Safeways. All those individual large chain stores are now here in Maryland. And when we first started, it was just grocery stores. Now we're hearing that other convenient type stores or food markets also want beer and wine licenses. Maryland ranks 50, believe it or not. That's the lowest you can be in beer capacity, beer, whatever that word is, consumption per capita. By having more outlets here, you're not going to increase the amount that's sold. It's just going to be sold in different ways. And you have to decide how the consumer or how it is bought. Because there's no way our existing customers, and we're wholesalers, but our existing retail customers are going to be able to compete with that type of market. It was asked from someone how many employees in a grocery store would work at the liquor department. And I can tell you who's going to be doing all the work. There might be one employee there from a grocery store, and it's going to be the wholesalers that are going to have to stocking shelves and things that they're not allowed to do, but are pressured to do. With that, I'll turn it over to Dan House, who's with Bob Hall Distributors in Prince George's County.
Thank you, Nick. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Dan Hoos. I'm the General Manager of Bob Hall LLC in Upper Marlboro. We are a local family-owned beverage wholesaler. We employ 117 people and sell beer to almost 1,000 different local customers throughout Southern Maryland and have been doing so since 1933. Cornerstones of our business are responsibility, charity, and the environment, and we work hard to be part of the fabric of the community. We stand to oppose House Bill 938. Most wholesalers and our independent retailers are local, family-run businesses who work hard to be a positive force in the community, employ numerous people, and are part of the landscape that make up our neighborhoods and local business communities. I am here today to shed some light on how chains would negatively affect the marketplace and many of the local family businesses that make a living selling alcohol responsibly. For us, on the wholesaler level, an increase in stores does not mean an increase in business. It is quite the opposite. Volume is redistributed among stores, number of deliveries increase, yet the number of cases per delivery decrease. With chains, we would experience a massive change on how we go to market. We would have to make significant investments to address the demanding service needs of these chain stores, as well as look at how this affects our overall business, and that could mean possible loss of jobs. Speaking of jobs, chains will not bring an increase in jobs by adding alcohol. They will just add to the responsibilities of the current beverage manager or some other existing employee. While some revenue stays in the state, much of it will go to the store headquarters in some other state and not stay in Maryland. On the consumer side of things, our local retailers provide personalized service as well as a huge variety of products, many of them being local brands made here in Maryland. The chain store model does not offer the selection that many of our stores have today. It has been documented that in other states, when chains are introduced, local mom and pop businesses, often located in those shopping centers, cannot compete and their survival is threatened. Lastly, we talk about responsibility. Wholesalers, along with retailers, are the gatekeepers to ensure underage people do not have access to alcohol. Madam Chair and members of the committee, please say no to House Bill 938. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. I am Blaze Miller, owner of BK Miller Meats and Liquors in Clinton, Maryland. My store is a fourth-generation small business. The fourth generation is there right now while I'm here. We've been on the same corner in Clinton, Maryland for 110 years. I am in opposition to House Bill 938. I've invested over $6 million in my business and have done so recognizing the laws as they are. My beer and wine sales account for over half my alcohol sales. Currently, there are 5 other liquor stores within a mile of my business and a Safeway, Aldi's, and a Walmart within walking distance. I've said in the past and will repeat now that the large chain corporations that you are courting are extremely successful already. Many times they literally build across the street from each other. All of these corporations are based out of the state of Maryland and some out of the United States. I personally have lived within 20 miles of my store my entire life and support the area as much as possible. Our annual charity bourbon auction ends today at 6 p.m. As of this morning, we have raised approximately $32,000, which we're giving to 2 charities, Christmas in April in Prince George's County and the Greater Baden Medical Services. Both of these local charities assist the underserved population in our area. That's what we do for the community. I have 48 fellow employees. All but one was within a half hour of my store. My employees have an 11-year average tenure, which I'm very proud of. I have one of my employees, Elmer Dockett, who's been with me with our store for over 60 years, and I've mentioned him in the last 15 years, so I brought him today. Elmer, stand up. 60 years he's worked for my family. Elmer is 83 years old, and in 2020 voted for the first time in his life. He still works 5 days a week. Me and my fellow 48 employees all oppose House Bill 938. Please remember the small independent business when you vote, and remember how you voted on this bill when you mentioned that you were for small business. Thank you very much. That was perfect.
Thank you for your testimony. Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little latitude. I just wanted to get a sense in the room from the other small business owners. I'm constantly supporting local teams, constantly involved with the chambers, constantly thousands of dollars in merchandise to small local charities. If you guys could, anybody that's done any of that could just raise your hand for me real quick. That's important because I've seen data that shows that dollars that are spent locally, and this is data that was put out by the state chamber, that dollars that are spent locally, at 78 cents of every dollar that's spent locally stays local. So that's, I just wanted to get a sense of that. Thank you all very much.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Chair. So Nick, Delegate Howard brought up earlier the polling, question, and I'm remembering back when we were briefed as a committee from Jeff Kelly and on the 3-tiered system, and I'm 9 years in, so I paid attention to the presentation, but I reminded myself as to how delicate that 3-tiered system is. I use the word delicate because I think we're policymakers, we're decision makers, that one decision here can affect many other decisions that we make as a committee. And I guess my question is, when a person is answering a poll like this, do you think that they have a perspective on what the 3-tiered system is, why it exists in Maryland, and how that may or may not adjust how they would vote on that poll?
So I'm not a pollster, but I am this. I go out with a lot of friends and have a couple of drinks. And matter of fact, on Fridays, they'll say, hey, what's happening in the legislature? And I really don't want to talk about it, right? I want to decompress. But they'll say, how come we don't have beer in liquor stores, right? I mean, beer in grocery stores, I'm sorry. And I'll say, well, I'll give you a simple answer. I said, you know Mills down the street? You know Eastport Liquors? You know Bay Ridge Wine and Spirits? And they go, yeah. I go, well, go ask them. Because at the end of the day, that's what's going to happen. They're not going to be here. So I think Delegate Howard had it perfectly right. I haven't seen the poll, but when I follow up their question with that question, they go, oh, I didn't know that. So I think that's what you'll find is that when the public knows, when your constituents know that it might be convenient for them to get beer and wine. Now, remember, they're still going to have to go somewhere to get their liquor, right? Also, you know, my wife now, she'll go to 3 different grocery stores because one has the milk she likes, one has the bread she likes, one she likes the steaks better, you know, so she's going all over the place anyway. So I don't think it's convenience anymore. So that was my long-winded answer to my non-pollster profession to your question.
So, you know, as a policymaker, and I'll close, thank you for letting me do this, Chair. It's an important bill because in my district, let me just tell you, the most controversial, and I mean this in all earnestness, aside from the typical bills where the Republican and Democrats get in their own camps and we fight, we know those bills. But in our committee, some of the most controversial bills come down to these alcohol bills. And back home in my district, quite often I get turned under like a tilled piece of earth on some of these bills. And, you know, we have an obligation in committee to be true to the sense of a system that's handed to us. And if we were to be truly free market, I said this to my wife, I said, if we were to be truly free market, imagine Coors deciding that Golden, Colorado is not enough, that they want to manufacture on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, and that, oh, by the way, Coors wants to have a tasting room. And I mean, when I say category killer, I mean a category killer tasting room. And that Coors wants to sell beer-battered fish and chips and pizza and be a restaurant. If we wanted to be truly marketplace, wouldn't it, I mean, it would lead to a monopolization of those with the most and those who have the greatest capacity to finance the kind of operations that, frankly, I think most consumers say, well, that's pretty cool. We would love to be able to do that, but it's the small businesses that at the end of the day, it's why we have a 3-tiered system. It's why Jeff Kelly took the time with the committee to talk about this, because it does matter, and it's also tough to go back home and explain it to the constituents. And I found that after my 9 years, these can be some of the most difficult subjects to talk about. Thank you.
Delegate Arends.
I'll be real quick. I just have to ask you one question about these package stores. Do you know how many of our package stores are owned by people that live and work in the community? Do you know the percentage?
No, but I can find out there used to be a residency requirement that they had to be in the county, but I'll get with Steve and get back to you on that.
I think sometimes we forget how many of these jobs are actually family-sustaining jobs versus going into a grocery store where it's a Me Too job. And I don't want to take anything away from the grocery stores because they do great jobs, but I think that's an important point I wanted to make. So thank you very much.
And please be aware that every state has some iteration of what you call the 3-tier system. We'll call it the orderly distribution of alcohol. And Jeff Kelly was right. There were a few years ago when there was a product on the market that they wanted out of the market. And within, I think, a week, that product, because of our distribution and how it's regulated, that was off the market in a week. You can't find that with many other products.
Any other questions for the Delegate Rose?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. As we were listening, I'm going to go back to the original panel, and you may or may not know this, but I'm really curious because it was brought up a couple states that nothing bad happened, you know, nobody went out of business. But it's true, like back to being in Carroll County, we're across the line into Pennsylvania quite a bit. And it's not apples to apples because there, the state owns the liquor and wine stores. You have to go to a beer distributor for beer. But the convenience stores, you know, the local Sheetz and gas stations and grocery stores, they have all the beer and the wine. So I think they mentioned Tennessee. Do you know anything that's apples to apples, or do you want to just speak to that?
I'll let Steve, I know Pennsylvania, they have a 4-tier system.
Okay.
So they don't have a 3-tier system, they have a 4-tier. And I think most of the chain states that have them, a lot of those states are state-run, liquor stores, so they don't have the mom and pops. They don't have 7,000 retailers like we have in Maryland. So it's a lot different market. But I don't know something apples to apples, but again, I'll get with MSLBA and they might have that information.
Thanks very much.
Sure.
Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the testimony on 938. Before you guys leave, thank you again to all the retailers who took the time, all standing here and didn't want to say a word, but your presence says a lot, so thank you for that. And members, last but not least, the last bill of the day, mine. And non-controversial, and I'll do it from up here, but I want to thank my panelists who are here this afternoon. I apologize that you had to wait for, I don't know, how long have we been here? 4 hours. I did not want to abuse my chairmanship and go first. I let everybody else do what they needed to do. With that said, Frank Cole, Steve Connolly, Colby Ferguson, if you're here, please come up to the table. We will present House Bill 987. So, members, again, this bill is very non-controversial. Delegate Valderrama here to present House Bill 987. It's alcoholic beverages, use of alcoholic beverages for educational purposes. So, for some who may not know, our great University of Maryland, since 2021, the University of Maryland College Park and the universities at Shady Grove have offered a new baccalaureate program in fermentation science. And this program is considered a very serious science-based curriculum meant to provide graduates with a solid foundation in the broad fermentation industries that include beverages, vegetable foods, dairy foods, and biotech. Graduates of this program are well prepared for career options in a variety of industries that use fermented products as their base. The fermentation science major is designed to offer a Bachelor of Science degree in 4 years or 8 semesters. Most students start their undergrad education at 18. Many students graduate by the time they reach the legal drinking age of 21 or sometimes shortly before. Multiple advanced courses in this degree program involve the study, the evaluation, and production of alcoholic beverages. Currently, students must wait until after their 21st birthday to enroll in these core courses, which I'm sure you will agree is a little absurd in the sense that they're trying to finish their degree in the timely manner. So this delayed coursework leads to delayed graduation, which means that most undergrads take at least an extra semester to graduate, more often a full year. This results in an increase in the costs of their undergraduate education, and something that most parents, I know I have 2 girls in college now, and still trying to figure out how I'm paying for that tuition, and students try to avoid this. So it is our intent here to address this problem with this legislation that seeks to implement a quote-unquote sip and spit policy. You'll remember that, sip and spit, by which officially registered students, and I emphasize officially registered students, not just willy-nilly students who walk into the classroom and think they can do this, and who are in the fermentation degree program, would be allowed to evaluate and taste alcoholic beverages without being able to swallow or consume it. I know that sounds odd, but it's a thing. You know, just like when you go to wineries, some people don't like it and they spit it in the tin. So for those of you familiar with wine and beer judging contests, the concept of sip and spit isn't unfamiliar, and it's well accepted practice within the industry. So for moreover, at least 14 states who have implemented undergraduate fermentation programs have adopted this policy, so we're not setting precedent, including the major wine producing states of California, New York, and Vermont. The UMD fermentation undergraduate program is an innovative and exciting program which prepares around 30 to 50 Maryland students a year for careers that they could not otherwise access. So this reasonable and controlled policy will allow those students to pursue their dreams without additional delay or expense And so for all these reasons, members, I urge a favorable report of my bill, House Bill 987. And I will have my panelists here, Mr. Frank Cole and Mr. Steve Connolly, testify.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairman, for the excellent review of the program and the bill. My name is Frank Cole. I'm a professor and assistant dean in the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources at the University of Maryland College Park. A little over a year ago, the Maryland House Higher Education Commission, MHEC, passed the approval of this new major. We're very excited about it. We think it's going to bring a whole new group of students who are interested in the food process and in the into the world of understanding what the agricultural inputs into these food products and beverage products are, and understand the process, how they're turned through the process of fermentation into products that we sell and enjoy. The current law prohibits the University of Maryland from letting students who are younger than 21 years old enroll in a course where they might be exposed to or provided access to an alcoholic beverage. The average student, their first semester on campus as a freshman, they're 18 years and 1 month old. Therefore, they will turn 21 years old at the beginning of their senior year or fourth year. Trying to fit the courses that they have access to an alcoholic beverage into the last year, the last 2 semesters of their program is very, very, very difficult, if maybe not possible. And it almost obliges them to a 5th year in college, which may cost them up to $11,000 to $39,000 a year, depends on their tuition. So the sip and spit legislation that we're promoting here is in place in at least 14 other states. It's not new, and we think it would be very, very helpful for us to have that in Maryland to support our students and support the industry. Thank you very much.
Mr. Connolly?
Madam Chair, my name's Steve Conley. I'm the Deputy Secretary at the Maryland Department of Agriculture, and we're here in full support of House Bill 987. There's really a bright future for folks that take fermentation as a major for their career in the future. There's a lot of focus on this throughout the country, and we just think the sip and spit is just kind of a common sense way to help people get through their 4-year degree in a timely fashion. So we would request a favorable report by the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Are there any questions for my panel? Oh, Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I'm excited about this department. In fact, I represent Bowesville, and I heard that was when one of the groundbreakings I heard about this fermentation department. It sounds like a great idea what you're proposing. So what if someone accidentally swallows that? Are they supposed to actually spit it out? Is that working? Can it actually work?
Well, the practice would be in these hands-on laboratory courses that the instructor would instruct the students. You take a sip, you get sensory evaluation of it, and then you spit it out into the receptacle, just like you do for professional wine tasting or coffee tastings or tea tastings. If someone accidentally swallowed it.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't think we should punish students for accidentally swallowing.
No,
right?
That's not the intent.
Yeah. I actually have a sidebar question not related to this bill directly, but it's about this department. Do you do tofu fermentation? I hope you do.
Yes, all food products, the soy products, the tofu, the kimchi, the kombucha products, yogurt products, yes.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Cole and Mr. Connolly, and again, I appreciate your patience in, enduring the 4-hour hearing along with us.
I think we learned a lot today.
Again, I did not want to abuse my chairmanship and put everyone up front, so I appreciate and thank you for coming. Members, that was the last bill on our alcohol docket, and just so you know, we did it in 4 hours, but this, for those who are new to the committee, this was half the alcohol bills that we usually get. So it would have been double and we'd been here longer, if give or take. With that said, members, only mark your calendar that tentatively to be determined next Monday, the 27th, we'll probably be voting out alcohol bills. So I would like to have everyone's attendance on the 27th. And for the members who weren't aware, even though it was announced several times, I did take the liberty of bringing lunch for those of you who didn't get your box lunch. It's in the back somewhere. I don't know, check with Miss Denise. With that said, we are adjourned.